Madam Clerk, are we ready? All right. I'm calling to order this special meeting on Monday, May 8th, 2023. And we're going to start off with a proclamation honoring Mental Health Awareness Month, May 2023. Whereas in honor of Mental Health Awareness Month, the City of Palo Alto recognizes that mental health is important for our individual well-being and vitality, as well as that of our families, communities, and businesses. And whereas we are all impacted by mental health, and 1 in 5 adults and 1 in 4 children experience a mental health condition each year. And whereas individuals and families living with mental health concerns share with all community members a right to fair and equitable practices and community processes in pursuit of education, housing, and employment. And whereas we acknowledge the influence of stigma and cultural differences and the ways they can impact if, how, and when a person seeks help. We also recognize that stigma can contribute to some misunderstandings about mental health that can span generations and cultures. And whereas the commitment must begin at the local community level to increase awareness, replace misinformation, and eliminate stigma about mental health struggles, and promote the understanding that people living with mental health conditions can and do lead productive and satisfying lives. Now, therefore, I, Lydia Koo, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May to be Mental Health Awareness Month, and recommit our community to increasing awareness and understanding around mental health, reducing stigma and discrimination, and promoting appropriate and accessible services for all people with mental health conditions. Thank you. And now we'll move towards special orders of the day, which is a proclamation recognizing public employees.
We need to take roll call.
I apologize. I was so excited to get to all of you and that you go home and enjoy moments with your family. I apologize.
Councilmember Lowing.
Here.
Mayor Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Okay, now to the exciting moment. Special orders of the day. Proclamation recognizing the public employees and city services accomplishments coinciding with National Public Service Recognition Week of May 7th through 13th, 2023. And Councilmember Julie Lithcott-Haynes, will you read the proclamation, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Public Service Recognition Week, May 7th through 13th, 2023. Whereas Americans are served every single day by public servants at the federal, state, county, and city levels. These unsung heroes do the work that keeps our nation working. And across our nation, public employees take not only jobs, but oaths of office. And whereas many public servants risk their lives each day in service to the people of our communities, as well as provide safety inspections and patrols, maintain our infrastructure, operate our public facilities, and provide the diverse services demanded by the American people with integrity and diligence. And whereas public servants provide the institutional knowledge, experience, and continuity that supports the long-term sustainability of our community assets and organizational history. And whereas here in our city, our staff promotes and sustains the superior quality of life in Palo Alto, and in partnership with our community delivers cost-effective services in a personal, responsive, and innovative manner. And whereas over the past year alone, our city staff have provided more than 47,000 police, fire, and emergency medical service calls, cleaned and treated 90 miles of sewer lines, repaired 110 gas leaks, checked out over 1 million library items, provided services for a total enrollment of more than 14,000 people in classes, camps in arts, sciences, recreational, and open space programs, maintained 32 parks, issued 2,650 building permits and 1,490 fire permits, and completed 19,500 building inspections, and much more, all with the professionalism we know and appreciate day in and day out. Now, therefore, Lydia Ku, the mayor of the city of Palo Alto, does hereby proclaim that May 7th, 2023 to May 13th, 2023 is Public Service Recognition Week. All citizens are encouraged to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of government employees at all levels, federal, state, county, and city, and especially our City of Palo Alto employees. Congratulations.
I've seen members of the public do this so many times, exactly that. So it's good to experience that myself. Mayor, members of the council, again, I'm Ed Shikata, city manager. It's really my privilege to be able to take this special occasion of Public Service Week and also use it as an opportunity to recognize some of our very special public servants. And so with us this evening, we will be calling out and calling up members of our city team that have reached the extraordinary milestone of being with the city for 25 years, or in some cases, 30 years or more. And so with that, I'd like to ask, we're going to call up the 25-year recognees and have them come join me standing here at the podium, and then we'll call the 30-year employees up. And then if space permits, perhaps we'll be able to figure out how to get up on the dais and take a photo with City Council. So with that, we lead off with David Ramberg, or these are our 25-year employees. David Ramberg with the Administrative Services Department, Assistant Director. Go ahead and sit up over here, and I suspect we'll have a little line going. Minker Vanderswag, Human Services Manager with Community Services. Tony Petiom with the Inspector with Field Services and Community Services. We've also, by the way, have a number of family members who are participating and hopefully enjoying our program this evening, as well as there may be some individuals. In fact, there were a number of individuals beyond the ones we're calling out this evening that could not be with us tonight, but we'll also want to recognize as a group. Next up, Geo Blackshire, Fire Chief. Also with the fire department, Ray Diaz, Fire Inspector EMT. Also with the fire department, William Dale, Battalion Chief. Amy French, Chief Planning Official with Planning. James Allen, Manager of our Water Quality Control Plant in Public Works. Young Tran, Senior Engineer with Public Works. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. Paula Borges Fujimoto, Manager Solid Waste in Public Works. Jonathan De Silva, Customer Service Representative in Utilities. Kevin Enderby, Principal Business Analyst in Utilities. Eric Talley, Utility Supervisor. John Nye, engineer with utilities. Kevin Enderby, senior business. Oh, I think I got Kevin already. Well, you get a shout out twice, Kevin. Then Tom Marshall, assistant director, utilities. All right, now let's move on to our 30-year employees. Yang No, business service lead person with community services. Come on up. James Moss, inspector field services, community services. Kevin Krakian, senior technologist, information technology. I don't think he can make it. Alex Afanasiev, police sergeant. Julie Wise, Public Works Manager of Watershed Protection. Gene Lindsay Jr., substation electrician in utilities. George Jorge Silva, Manager of Electric Operations in utilities. Carla Daly, Senior Resource Planner in utilities. Michael Haynes, utilities. I'm trying to prevent WGW here. Water, gas, wastewater, utilities field inspector. Sylvia Santos, also WGW, engineering manager. And Tom Ozen, assistant director, utilities customer service. I think we've got some bashful folks who may not have wanted the in-person recognition, but in any case, the extraordinary institutional knowledge represented here is an amazing resource for the city of Palo Alto and service to the Palo Alto community. So I'm sure on behalf of that Palo Alto community, thank you all. So let's see if we can arrange a photo up on the dais. No, probably this way. It's a little tight. Yeah.
So before you all leave, I was just kind of wondering if maybe council members would like to say anything. If no, I have something to say. Basically, I just want to say a huge thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the dedication that you give to the city and your commitment. So thank you again. Now we can move on to our next agenda item, which is a closed session. It's a conference with the city attorney. And the subject is SPG Center LLC application for a building permit for building EE at the Stanford Shopping Center. If I can get a motion to go into a closed session.
I would so move. Second.
Councilmember Lawing moves and Councilmember Burt seconds for us to go into a closed session. And if the Madam Clerk will take roll.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes. Oh,
Vice Mayor Stone,
And we checking on confirm no members of the public to speak.
Thank you. I guess there's a lot of excitement. Is there any comments, public comments? Thank
No
you,
request to
Councilmember
speak.
Burke. None, and so we can carry on.
Actually, so sorry, Carol Garston just raised her hand on Zoom. One moment.
Okay, we,
I can do it.
after, okay, so let's go to public comments. Thank you.
Carol, you are unmuted and you should be able to.
Hi. Hi there, City Council people and City of Palo Alto fellow residents. My name's Carol Garston, and I'm the producer of a new monthly music event called Third Thursday, which is going to start on May 18th.
Ms. Garston, this is the mayor. I just wanted to say that perhaps you are going to address us during public comments on items that are not on the calendar. Right now, we're actually taking public comments for our closed session, which is a conference with the city attorney. Do you mind to come back in a little bit after our closed session, please? Thank you. With that, we'll close public comments for closed session. And Councilmember Vinker, would you like to say something?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say that because I provide legal advice to Stanford on patents and based on the guidance of the city attorney, I will be recusing myself from this closed session.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, shall we take the vote?
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker.
Abstain.
Motion carries 6-1. Or, sorry, 6 with 1
Thank
abstain.
you. And council has come back from closed session, and out of closed session, there's nothing to report. So we're going to move to next agenda item is agenda changes. We're in council session now.
Thank
We're
you.
going to go into agenda changes, additions, and deletions.
All right. All right. I think we are ready to proceed on
Thank you.
agenda. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right. I'm sorry. Under agenda changes, did want to bring to council and public's attention that we did add item AA2, which will be the last item added under the consent calendar. This is approval of the CAO or Council Appointed Officers Committee recommendation to complete recruitment for interim city clerk and to engage Peckham and McKinney firm to conduct the city clerk executive recruitment. With apologies, that was added late given the CAO committee's meeting last week.
Thank you, city manager. And with that, we're going to move to public comments on items not on the agenda. And how many have signed on, Madam Clerk? All right, let's go with 3 minutes.
So far, we have
And we'll
3.
close it after Mr. James. Oh, and Carol Gostin, is she?
We currently have 5 hands raised in
Okay.
Zoom and adding.
Okay, thank you. Let's get started with the first public commenter.
Our first public commenter is Aram James, followed by Maya Perkosh.
Okay, I want to publicly thank Dave Price, the editor, co-owner of the Palo Alto Daily Post, for his extraordinary cartoon editorial on page, let me make sure I get this right, page 6 of today's Daily Post. The piece is titled "Proper Use of Police Dogs." Finding lost kids, yes. Sniffing for illegal drugs, yes. Locating bombs, yes. Biting suspects, no. He has taken, that is Dave Price, a very, very nice police canines. And I would say that this piece, the old saying is that a picture, in this case a cartoon, is worth at least 1,000 words. And given Dave's circulation of the Post, many, many, many people are now understanding this issue, starting to think about this issue. Thanks to Greg Tanaka and Julie Lithcott-Hames for attempting to bring this issue, this important issue about weaponized biting police dogs that often, on occasion, kill and maim many people. Take a look at the Marshall report called MALD. That clearly states that the most likely use of police force to take you to a hospital in this country are police canines. Yet this council wouldn't take it up. Ed Shikata squashed Councilmember Tanaka and Councilmember Haynes' efforts to bring this up before the entire council 2 weeks ago or so. That's Ed. No transparency, Shikata. So nobody's surprised. So again, Dave, thank you very much. I hope that this piece gets put up in the police department. Andrew Binder needs to see it, and the entire department needs to see it. AB 742, as you know, is still pending in the state assembly that would act to ban weaponized police canines that, as we've talked about before, historically and presently disproportionately attack, maim, and kill African Americans. And you all want to remain silent on this issue? While the first reparations report in the history of the country, the finalized report of about 1,000 pages being discussed. And of course, one of the things is over-policing and retributions for that. And dare I say that since police canines go back to slave catchers at the beginning of this country, a big chunk of money needs to go for all the people African-American people under the reparation bill that have been maimed and bitten and killed by these Ku Klux Klan like dogs. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please close public comments. Thank you. I meant
Our-
accepting new speakers.
Our next speaker is Maya Prakash, followed by Casey Hederly.
Hello, council members. Thank you all for being here today. My name is Maya Prakash, and I'm here from the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. I wanted to comment on the Stanford Shopping Center's request to avoid Palo Alto's natural gas ban reach code in one of their new buildings. First, want to highlight the importance of all new construction being upheld to current building standards and reach codes. If we begin offering exemptions and allowing projects to circumvent our reach codes, we're setting a really dangerous precedent with a lot of unclear lines, and the city instituted these changes for the health and well-being of our residents and our planet, so it's really important that these continue to be prioritized during implementation. The recent reversal of Berkeley's gas ban should make us even more adamant about the enforcement of this progressive reach code, because as a trailblazer city, it's critical that we don't let what happened in Berkeley let us relent in our beliefs and priorities that we've already so clearly outlined as a city. Regressing backwards will prevent us from staying true to the Council's priority of climate change in the 2023 through 24 term. Finally, I want to comment on one of the concerns cited by SPG on behalf of the Stanford Shopping Center, and it is a common misconception that you need gas stoves or fire to cook professionally or create professional level meals, and this is really not the case at all. While using an electric stove is of course different from using a gas stove, the environmental and health benefits of electric stoves counteract any subjective arguments about how enjoyable or professional it is, particularly as we have seen professional staffs already making the switch. Thank you for your time and continued prioritization of climate issues. Thanks for listening.
Our next speaker is Casey Hederly, followed by Julia Zeitlin. Casey Hederly, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I believe I sent in a presentation to go with this comment. If that isn't available to use, I'll go ahead and speak next week.
Ms. Hatterley, the clerks are checking for the presentation. Just give us a couple of minutes.
We see your email, but there is no linked or attached presentation to the email. Is it a link? Oh, yeah, it is. One moment, I'm pulling it up.
Can we also restart the clock? Thank you.
All right, Casey.
Great, thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Casey Hederly, and I'm an intern with the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I'm here to help you get to know our local birds. Next slide, please. We're lucky to have so many species of birds in Palo Alto. Over 200 species can be found in the Palo Alto Baylands and Bixby Park, but the city's residential area also hosts dozens of migratory and year-round bird species. Tonight, I'll focus on the white-crowned sparrow, a migratory species that spends the winter with us. Next slide, please. Let's talk about migration. This map from Birdcast shows bird migration traffic during the night of April 27th, a little over a week ago. The red line represents sunset, and the yellow line represents sunrise. Migration traffic increases considerably throughout the night, and we are right in the middle of the hotspot along the California coast. Next slide, please. Meet the white-crowned sparrow, Fortunately, they aren't currently in danger of extinction. As migratory birds, they travel north for summer nesting season and return here for winter. They're best known for their songs. Here's a quick example. Different populations have distinct song dialects, similar to human language, and both males and females can sing. They often return to the same wintering spot year after year, like a Palo Alto yard with good food and shelter. Next slide, please. This eBird map shows the migration over the year for white-crowned sparrows. Looking at the indicator on the right, you can see northern migration happening during the summer and the southern return for winter. Next slide, please. So why do we want to talk about the white-crowned sparrows? Despite being common now, they're threatened by climate change and other hazards like roaming cats. This map from the Audubon Society shows the predicted effects of an increase of 1.5 degrees Celsius. Range lost is shown in red. Up to 40% of their range could be lost under these conditions. Since white-crowned sparrows are ground foragers, they are ideal prey for cats. Cats prefer to hunt smaller prey like songbirds rather than rats because they are easier to kill. The growing number of free-roaming cats poses a real threat to white-crowned sparrows and other songbirds. Finally, white-crowned sparrows are an important scientific study species used to study migration behavior, song learning, and geographic song variation, all subjects vital to learning about bird brain function. The combination of threats from climate change and roaming cats could cause this species and its lovely song to disappear from our landscape.
Casey, your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Julia Zeitlin, followed by Carol Garston.
Good evening, council members. I hope you are doing well. I'm Julia Zeitlin, and I am the co-founder of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or PASC. I would like to reiterate and support Maya Prakash's previous comments on the Stanford Shopping Center Reach Code dispute. Recent litigation efforts or threats in surrounding cities, such as the appellate court reversal of the Berkeley natural gas ban this past April, should not result in Palo Alto backing down from our green reach codes and building standards. We have made a statement and commitment as a city through the banning of natural gas use in new construction that we are turning away from new fossil fuel developments and use. Allowing exemptions for new projects, regardless of when they were originally approved, would set a dangerous precedent. As a city, we would be contradicting our bold statement, showing the city and world that we are gradually transitioning away from natural gas. Instead, we would open up the door for more disputes and requests for exemptions. To reiterate and further emphasize, the dangers of natural gas to our respiratory and environmental health are evident and abundant. Cities and agencies, such as the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, are all moving in the direction away from natural gas use. We urge you to stay strong in your prioritization of climate change and public health. I'm so proud of the progress we have made as a city, and I'm so excited and hopeful to see this progress continue forward and onward. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker is Carol Garston, followed by our final speaker, John Kelly.
Hello, Palo Alto City Council members and community. My name is Carol Garston. I have been the co-chair of Downtown Los Altos First Friday music event for the last 10 years, where we have about 18 bands playing in the downtown. I have recently retired from my retail business of 35 years, Nature Gallery, and I knew what I wanted to do on my next chapter was to start some kind of community event that would bring people together. So I'm very pleased to announce that I'm producing a new music event, a monthly music event in Palo Alto on the car-free California Avenue called Third Thursday. Our first event will be on May 18th and will be featuring 6 live bands playing from 6 to 9 p.m. We're so pleased that the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce and the City of Palo Alto are our partners, and we're looking forward to bringing the community together through the joy of live music. We have a wonderful group of community volunteers that are on our team, And we're launching our website, which is 3rdthursday.fun. It will be launched within minutes. So I encourage everybody to have a look, see all the bands that are playing. Additionally, a high school senior at Gunn High School, Justin Cho, has designed our logo, with a prize being given from the Chamber of Commerce of $500. And a 7th grade student has designed our website. So this is truly a community event, and I encourage everybody to come out and join us on the first third Thursday, May 18th from 6 to 9 p.m. on California Avenue. Thank you.
Our final speaker, John Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, council members. I'd like to speak about 2 issues, one having to do with, in effect, fallen trees, and the second having to do with ADU reform. Mayor Koo, the night that you delivered the 2023 State of the City address, major branches and most of one tree had fallen at 2 separate locations, approximately 1/2 mile from the location of your address. Based upon the slides from the city manager's presentation that's part of tonight's packet, it appears that meaningful reconsideration of the 2022 tree ordinance will be postponed until sometime after June 12th, and it may not occur until late this summer. At that time, our memories and the memories of many people throughout the community about the number of trees that have fallen and major branches that have harmed or come close to harming people throughout the city will have dimmed. Without adequate records, your reconsideration of the 2022 tree ordinance will be stifled. I encourage you tonight to direct the city manager, the urban forester, and all public works and public safety departments to collect, organize, and maintain all of the records in their possession regarding fallen trees and major branches that occurred or have occurred or that will occur during the period between August 1, 2022 and July 31, 2023. Without that information, you're really not going to be in a position to meaningfully reconsider the 2022 tree ordinance. According to that same city manager's presentation that's part of tonight's packet, my understanding is that you'll take up the 2023 ADU ordinance next week. I will submit that the current agenda for the current changes that are outlined in the staff report are insufficient, and I'd like to offer you, at least in brief outline form, some of the key points that I think you should keep in mind as you're preparing for the city council meeting next week. First point is that I encourage you to fully embrace 2-story detached ADUs throughout Palo Alto. There's already a problem that's occurring between the maps that planning staff are relying upon to determine which areas of the city are within the area protected by state regulations, and the actual maps that are being used by the Department of Housing and Community Development. The simplest way to change that and to overcome that problem and to correct things is to make detached 2-story ADUs lawful throughout Palo Alto. I also encourage you to immediately direct staff to indicate that ADUs that are less than or equal to 800 square feet are not subject to the 2022 tree ordinance. That's simply a matter of an email that should go out tonight. There are other issues that I think need to be taken up, and I'll address those separately in a letter to the council. Thank you.
That's the end of public comments. And right now we will move to council member questions, comments, and announcements. I don't see any lights. I would just like to say to the city's Community Services Department, Director Christian O'Kane, and to Recreation Senior Community Services Manager Adam Howard, Police, and all of the staff members, a huge thank you for a wonderful May parade this last Saturday. So it was rain or shine. And I have a question. If I need to place my order for a temporary halt of rain, who do I go to? Oh, I didn't do that. But I just want to say thank you again to everybody who made this such a success. Councilmember Burt.
Yes, just wanted to give a couple of updates from regional body that I serve on. First, that the BCDC, or Bay Conservation and Development Commission, had an update on the sea level rise threat that we face, and their Bay Adapt program, which is the Bay Area-wide initiative to address that. And they are estimating that 75,000 households on the essentially near the base around its perimeter are at risk by 2050. And that's 2/3 of all the at-risk homes in the state. The potential cost impacts to that are in the neighborhood of $250 billion, which is about 2.5 times the estimated cost of preventing that risk. And then I just want to share also from Caltrain that they are pursuing weekend work on the electrification and everything else necessary to stay on schedule, they claim, for the fall of 2024 for full operation of the electrified system. It's going to be a challenge, but they've really put the pedal to the metal to try and stay on the deadline. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. Listening to Councilmember Burt reminded me that I should share that the regional body upon which I sit, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, just released last Wednesday its annual report that explains what we're doing to keep the air healthy and protect the climate, including the new first in the country regulations that we adopted a couple months ago that will be phasing out gas water heaters and furnaces in 4 and 6 years. So I just wanted to announce that that is now available online. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vinker. Now we go to the consent calendar items. Is there any public comments, Madam Clerk?
No request to speak.
Very good. Thank you. We come back to council. I would like to register a no vote on consent item number 6. Do we have any others? Councilmember Tanaka?
No on 4.
I'm sorry, I did not catch that.
No on 4.
Thank you. Okay, now we're bringing it back to council. Do we have a motion?
I'll move the consent.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll second. Vice Mayor moves the consent calendar and the mayor seconds it. Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka. Yes. Mayor Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lifcott-Hames.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your no vote on 4?
Yeah, thank you. And can the clerk let me share our screen? Okay, so this is item 4. It's about replacing the sewer pipes under El Camino Real, which in general I think makes sense. If they're going to repave it, we should replace it. The question for me though is, why didn't we act on this sooner? Because we knew that El Camino is getting replaced or repaved, and it just seems like when I look at the project, the cost per foot, it's extraordinary, right? It's not just a little bit higher. It's not like 10% higher, 50% higher. It's like 3x higher, right? So it's way, way higher. than other cities like Hillsborough and San Mateo. And if you actually look at the details, let's see here. So if you look at the details, it's not like these bids were from 10 years ago. The Hillsborough project is actually still going on right now. It's actually bigger pipes. It's about 6 to 8 inches versus here in Palo Alto, it's about 4 to 6 inches. This contingency, so I'm just using the lower cost here, which is 7.7 million. It's actually $8+ million. So if I did that, it would be even higher cost per foot. And we actually asked Hillsborough, like how come, right? And I thought maybe because they didn't have sewer manhole covers like we have, but no, they had just as many as we did. In fact, they had more. They had 66 versus our 43. And there's about 11,000 linear feet versus our 10,900. So about the same length. And then you look at San Mateo one, which is also on El Camino like ours. It's even cheaper. It's $187 per foot. And so, why I support this, I wonder, because it looks like we're doing this in a rush, that we're doing this because they're repaving soon and we're trying to get it done before the repaving, which I support and makes sense. But it's at such a penalty doing this. I think we should have got these bids out much sooner and replace pipes much earlier than this, because it seems like we're paying such a penalty as a result of doing when we're doing it. And the numbers here actually are the contracted amounts from San Mateo and Hillsborough. The city of or town of Hillsborough is actually very helpful in terms of providing information, because we really tried to make sure that this was an apples to apples comparison, and this is about as close as we could get it. And so it's just kind of disappointing to see that there's such a stark delta between what we're paying and what our neighboring communities are paying. And so I just want to encourage that we try to get more competitive bidding, especially when we're talking about big numbers, right? We're talking about, in our case, over $8 million, especially when you factor contingency. And then you look at the neighboring cities, and this is also their fully loaded number as well. It's just dramatically less. And Hillsborough, although it may only seem like 2 inches bigger, diameter-wise, it's significant, right? It's 8-inch pipes are actually a lot bigger than a 4-inch pipe. It's not just 4 inches bigger. It's in terms of area, it's a square, so it's actually a lot bigger. So, anyways, a little bit disappointed here, but hopefully in the future we can get more competitive bids. Thanks.
Thank you. So my no on consent item number 6. So I understand staff is requesting the interim parklet program to be extended to March 31st, 2024 for development of the permanent standards, which is pretty complicated after coming from council review and instructions, right? But however, the merchants are confused as to what the extension is for and where it applies to. Will there be some sense of order so that they can, and so that they can focus on operating their businesses? To many of the business owners, this extension seems to continue moving the needle of the extension of unmanaged parklet program. Lastly, I want to add that outreach and involving merchants not in the car-free zones are necessary as well. Their customers end up not knowing which block to park at to get closer to the shop that they want to go to. And I think that also I think that we need to address signage, in particular for California Avenue. So this extension is just something that is going to cause concern among many of the business owners. Thank you. With that, we move to city manager comments.
Madam Mayor, just for the record, to state that motion passed for items 2, 3, 5, AA2, 7-0. Motion passed for items 4, 6-1, Tanaka no. Motion passed for item 6, 6-1, Kuno. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now we move to city manager comments.
Well, as the city clerk is obviously doing a lot of multitasking, let me add one more if I could to get some help with a few slides. If not, can do. Okay, thank you. As always, the Office of City Clerk does not cease to amaze. Okay, next slide, please. All right, just a few items of community interest this evening. Did want to recognize, actually, the month of May has a number of special recognitions, as the mayor has pointed out, one of which is a Mental Health Awareness Month, as also the mayor pointed out this evening. Would note that in our most recent community survey, there was a notable feedback of residents feeling that they were unaware of affordable mental health care. And as such, our staff pulled together a compilation of a number of programs and services that are available, many of which are at low cost or no cost, in some case, to the community. And we've compiled that, put together an article. It is available on this webpage noted here on the footer, cityofpaloalto.org/bewell. And once again, a good resource, certainly not only at times of crisis or particular need, but simply for awareness of resources that are available in the community. Really an extraordinary list. Also want to point out the availability of the county and really national new suicide and crisis lifeline at 988. That is a broadly available number, again, staffed and supported through the County of Santa Clara. So another means of accessing services immediately. Next slide, please. Then moving forward or looking forward to upcoming events, first off, this Saturday on May 13th from 1 to 3:30 p.m. here at the City Hall Plaza will be a housing resources fair available for residents, non-residents, for housing resources here in Palo Alto. A number of other organizations will be here as well, and once again providing a opportunity to see services and programs that are available here in the community. Next slide, please. Then among other recognitions, this being Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month, wanted to call attention to a number of programs that are coming up. There are many programs occurring, as always the case, but in particular here in the month of May. And for anyone interested in getting additional information on these programs, largely here listed through our library department, we've got our website, cityofpaloalto.org/AANHPI Heritage Month. Next slide, please. Also note that next Monday coming up, we have our annual ceremony recognition to the Palo Alto's fallen officers. And here noting our annual memorial for Reserve Officer Lester Cole, Officer Gene Clifton, and Reserve Officer Theodore Brasinga. Sorry, my pronunciation's a little worn out this evening. And would note that we've got additional information on this available on the city's calendar. Again, that is next Monday, May 15th from 9 to 9:30 a.m. Next slide, please. Also upcoming, and we're shifting gears into our summer activities, a variety of programs that will be available through the summer months. Here we've got our a particular article, again, pulling together the information on a variety of summer activities on our homepage under our news, and really providing a series of resources for families and community members to look forward to and get on your calendars. Next slide, please. Then finally, looking forward to the next few city council meetings and your agendas. Next week, we have a study session on Cubberley property, as well as legislative update and ordinance changes related to accessory dwelling units. The following week, May 22nd, we'll have an opportunity for the Finance Committee to share conclusions to that point with the full council and get discussion feedback from the full council. And then a ordinance relating to firearms sales restrictions within Palo Alto. The following week, on June 5th, we have, noting that on May 29th is Memorial Day, so there is no city council meeting. Then on June 5th, we have a pre-screening for the Valley Water Purification Project, update and actions related to Home Key, Project Home Key, as well as the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan for action. Then a number of items in through the remainder of the month of June. I believe that concludes my slides. And with that, back to you, Mayor Koo.
Thank you, City Manager. And with that, we're going to go into our action item. We have one tonight. It's number 7, adoption of a resolution adopting the 2023 to 31 housing element and consideration of the Associated California Environmental Quality Act addendum to the Comprehensive Plan 2017 Final Environmental Impact Report. And as staff is coming up here, I would like to also invite the Planning and Transportation Commissioners to the dais.
So
Make sure you take a picture.
Okay.
And with that, I'm going to turn it to you, Director Late. And also, if you can provide the instructions. I also, one moment.
Yeah, we just need to call the roll for the planning commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
So we are calling to order the Planning and Transportation Commission joint meeting. Commissioner Liu,
Present.
Chair Suma,
Present.
Commissioner Hetchman,
Present.
Commissioner Akin, Commissioner Ruckdahl,
Here.
Vice Chair Chang,
Here.
Commissioner Templeton. Present. For the record, all present.
Thank you. And I'm going to hand it to the director, but before that, I just want to say if there's any public comments, to please submit it during the staff presentation. At the end of the staff presentation, we will no longer be taking any more speaker cards or virtual hands. And each person will have 1 minute. Thank you.
So thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council members and planning commissioners. This is an extraordinary event. Well, I will say mildly daunting from this side of the dais. We have a run of show here that we'll touch over briefly in Mr. Wong's presentation. But just briefly to summarize, we'll start off with the staff presentation. After we're done, we were anticipating one round of clarifying questions from both the PTC and the City Council. And at that point, we would open it up for public comment. And after the public comment period closes, it is anticipated that the mayor will turn the meeting over to Chair Suma, and then the PTC can begin its deliberations. And after you're done and you make your recommendation, you'll switch roles with the City Council, and then we'll talk a little bit more about some things that will take place at that point as we get closer. There's no point in really getting into it right now. We'll forget it. So I'll pause there. I will note that there's Tim and myself are here, but we also have a large number of consultants and staff available on Zoom. So with that, and again, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. Introducing now Tim Long, our Senior Planner, and I think well-known by this point for his work on the housing element. Mr. Wong.
Okay, so good evening, both to the City Council and PTC. Before you tonight is consideration for adopting the 2023-31 housing element. It has been, as Commissioner Reckdahl said, quite a journey, but we're happy to bring this forward to you this evening. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this evening's meeting is to, number one, review the comments that have been received from HCD or the State Department of Housing and Community Development on the draft that the city submitted in December. Secondly, it's to provide a summary of the proposed city responses to those comments. Then we'll talk about the CEQA addendum, and lastly, consider adopting the housing element. Next slide. So Director Late went over the meeting process in a little more detail, but this is the overview of what will transpire this evening. The presentation, we'll have a round of questions, public comment. After the conclusion of public comment, we'll have the PTC deliberate on providing comments to the addendum, and then they will make their recommendation on the housing element, and then the council will begin their deliberation after PTC deliberation. So next slide, please. And so wanted to give a brief recap of how we got here since November. So on November 28th in 2022, there was a joint meeting between the PTC and council in reviewing the public review draft. During that time, the city was in the middle of its state required 30-day public review from the public. And based on that meeting, both PTC and the council recommended to submit the public review draft with some revisions. And so staff followed up and made those revisions and submitted to HCD on December 23rd, 2022. And for the first round, HCD gets 90 days to review. So on March 23rd, 2023, we received the HCD letter. But in that interim HCD review period on March 8th, 2023, the PTC had its first meeting in considering the housing element, which they recommended adoption of the housing element to the City Council with the caveat dependent on HCD comments. And then they also provided comments to the draft CEQA addendum. Next slide. And this is for the City Council because the City Council last saw the draft in November 28th. And so that didn't quite conclude the 30-day public review. So wanted to provide a summary of the themes of public comment that was received. So we received comments, a number of comments about the site inventory and the suitability of some of those sites. There were comments about environmental and infrastructure concerns, if specifically in the GM ROLM area where The city is proposing to upzone and include residential, so there are concerns about bicycle and pedestrian safety and traffic. So those were some concerns there. Programs should be objective and quantifiable, and I'll go more into that in response to these public comments. The city's development standards create constraints. The city's application processing timeframes can be a constraint. Those are common themes. Public participation should be fair and equitable to all. Strengthen the efforts to enhance housing affordability or the comments. And we also looked at providing more programs to combat homelessness. And the last two comments were the accessory dwelling unit assumptions are too aggressive. I will say, based on that, we went with HCD methodology. And then lastly, tenant protection policies should be strengthened. And I think we have addressed those in the revised draft. Next slide, please. So starting with HCD comments. Next slide. So again, on March 23rd, we received a 14-page letter full of HCD comments, and the comments were based in 4 areas. Review of the previous housing element, looking at housing needs, resources, and constraints, housing programs, and quantified objectives. And this is the standard format for all HCD comment letters. Next slide, please. And some common HCD comments were that across the board, more analysis is needed. And when they talk about more analysis, they pointed out cumulative impacts, whether that be of development standards or fees or other potential housing constraints. You must analyze the cumulative impacts. They wanted more trends and patterns, what the city has done in the past to help support some of their assumptions in this housing element, and more quantifiable data. They wanted more numbers, so we provided that for them. They asked for more local knowledge, especially in the AFFH discussion. But on top of that, they also asked for more regional knowledge, more Bay Area wide information in regards to that. So that was provided. Expand the discussions, which include greater analysis. And lastly, to address many of the HCD comments were based on submitted public comments, and they would note that in the letter that, we received this public comment to please address. So we've addressed the public comments that were received. Next slide. So this is the city's response matrix, which I believe you received at places. And it is a breakdown of the HCD comment in the left column, city's proposed response, where it's located, which chapter and which section. So wanted to give you a quick, apologize for the 2.5 size font, but to give you a reference. And we will be expanding this, and this will go to HCD based on council and PTC revisions also. But a form of this will be sent to HCD for their reference also. Next slide. Clerk is busy. And more specifically, in some of these sections, in regards to, as you recall, HCD asked about housing needs. So some of their comments focused on meeting our RENA. In other words, they wanted more information about potentially, you say you have this pipeline of entitled applications, but how often do they come to fruition as building permits or actual units? So we had to provide trends and patterns to show that there's a high chance of once entitled, that it will make it to the building permit stage and become actual units. That's some of the analysis that has been provided. They asked about expenses to persons with special needs for affordable housing. And also under that is affirmatively furthering fair housing, still quite a tongue twister, FFH, in which we added more local and regional knowledge. And as pointed out in the staff report, we introduced a program to reduce racially concentrated areas of affluence, RCAAs, which are, to paraphrase, areas where there's a higher majority of affluent whites. And so we have program to kind of break down that barrier, if you will, and then greater proactive housing measures. In other words, quantifiable, more specific. We will implement by this date to further fair housing. Next slide, please. Yeah, thanks. And in addressing housing constraints, one of the areas was development standards, in that HCD wanted more information about the city's development standards. So we provided a greater discussion about what the city has done in regards to development standards, plus introduced additional analysis of physical modeling for feasibility. And we're in the process of preparing a feasibility study. So we took some of those results to highlight to the to HCD, understanding that we have identified some development standards and that could be constraints to housing, and how the city will address those potential constraints. Also, we address processing timelines. We've provided them what the city has done, objective standards and other ordinances to help decrease or reduce timelines. And then we will continue through our housing element programs to explore other areas, and whatever we can find, we will implement to reduce these timelines. There were comments about ordinances, specifically the newly passed tree ordinance. And so that's something we will take a look at as a housing element program. And also fees, looking at fees could be potentially a constraint to housing, adds to prices of housing affordability. So one of the things that potentially we will look at is the parkland dedication fee. Next slide. And then programs, which is Chapter 5, Housing Plan. Many programs were revised based on housing element programs. You've seen all the red line. Many programs, we had a greater commitment language and detail, quantified objectives. We moved up the time frame. That's the second point. But greater commitment language, no more explore, no more consider, but it's more research and implement or establish. Again, having the city commit to more of these, commit more to programs. Again, program implementation timelines have been shortened. HCD really stressed that they want our programs to be in place sooner during the 8-year planning period, preferably the first 2 years of the planning period, 23, 24, and 25, than the latter stages. More implementing objectives were introduced, primarily to meet the number of AFFH requirements, again, with more detail, with greater commitment language, greater outreach, greater proactive measures. And then also as part of it, staff recommends that 2 programs be removed, the PTOD and the workforce housing, because staff feels that the programs that have been proposed, specifically the revamped or the enhanced HIP, could help address those housing affordability issues, the processing more so than the PTOD or the workforce housing. So that is staff's recommendation to remove those 2 programs. Next slide. And so here's an example of a revised program. Pick this one because it kind of encapsulates all that HCD wanted to see. For example, if you see in the HCD submitted implementing objective A says explore incentives, we've changed that to research and implement incentives. This was originally proposed to be initiated in 2027. We have moved it up to 2024, 25, excuse me. So again, earlier in the planning period, and we've added greater detail, more specificity to the implementing objective in response to HCD's request. Next slide. And I would like to highlight a few program revisions. Program 4.2 based on complaints of substandard housing that code enforcement receives, we will now start doing housing inspections to verify that it is substandard. And if it is, then we will follow through with whatever to cure that issue, whatever that may be based on the complaint. But that is something, again, a little more proactive in addressing housing. Secondly, program 6.1, housing for special persons with special needs. I briefly mentioned that we have created a formal process to provide preference to persons with special needs when it comes to affordable housing. In staff's discussions with special needs groups, they said that ELI housing is difficult to obtain for persons with special needs. So this is in response to discussions with those groups. So that is another revision that has been prepared. A middle housing program, you may have read about that in leveraging SB 9. We've created greater incentive to produce more units of housing by creating the incentive to increase the floor area, not the floor, the square footage limitation. Previously, it was 800 square feet, but we're allowing them to go up to 1,200 square feet if that results in a creation of 3 or more units based on SB 9 requirements. And then finally, program 6.6, which is the fair housing. We will do much more proactive measures such as greater fair housing outreach, contacting tenants, potential renters, just more public outreach, specifically in targeted areas. Based on our AFH, we had identified some areas that could use further outreach. We've expanded funding, or we propose to expand funding to Project Sentinel so they can do more fair housing testing in the city. Again, another proactive measure. And then a couple implementing objectives to address renters, adopt tenant protections, including fair housing, and then greater tenant relocation enforcement also. Next slide. And other revisions, again, more of a summary of those HCD city responses to HCD comments. So we've added stronger program commitment language. Again, more implement, more establish. We will also do more monitoring of housing constraints. In other words, if we implement something, we will monitor to make sure that what we have implemented actually reduces the housing constraint. For example, ADU production, we put in a number of ADU development standards that are favorable for the production of ADUs. And based on that, we projected a number of ADUs to be produced every year. But if that number drops, we have to monitor that production and propose potential revisions to spur additional ADU production. That's one example, but there are other areas where we have to monitor for our zoning ordinance implementation, making sure that those, again, are not constraints to housing. And as part of that, we have a number of annual actions on an annual basis. There are approximately 30 programs that we need to do on an annual basis, whether that be outreach to public, outreach to tenants, talking to housing developers, to depending on the topic, reach out to those to get their input. As part, if they feel that there's a constraint, then we'll need to address it, but it's a proactive annual approach to greater identify what those potential housing constraints could be. In addition, we have to provide some annual reports and summaries to let the public know what the city has been doing based on particular programs. So again, much more proactive measures as in this housing element than any other previous housing element based on the new AFFH requirements. Next slide. And so I'd like to speak about the CEQA addendum, and I'll be wrapping this up. So next slide. So as part of the environmental review, staff prepared an addendum to the 27 comprehensive plan. The comp plan EIR analyzed 6 different scenarios, one that featured a build out of up to 6,000 units. And in that scenario, the EIR determined significant impacts to circulation and air quality. Council adopted mitigation measures as part of the EIR to address those impacts. Next slide. And so the housing element CEQA analysis also analyzed the impacts of the proposed upzones and implementation of programs that are reflected in the housing element. We determined a quote unquote worst case scenario of 6,665 units, approximately 700 more than what was reviewed in scenario number 6. And so we analyzed the impact of the additional 700 units, that net difference. Next slide. And based on that analysis of the net difference, it was determined that they're less than significant and generally the same impacts, air quality and traffic circulation, and that there were no new or substantially more significant impacts based on the housing element proposals. Next slide. So real quickly, the next steps. Next slide. So here we are in May. And then based on if the council adopts the housing element, the city has 30 days to submit back to HCD, which takes us to June 8th. And then they have 60 days to review. So sometime in August, we're expecting HCD comments, such as a substantial, a letter saying that we are compliant with the housing element and state requirements. However, if we don't get that letter, then we will have a continued dialogue with HCD, and that will occur in the fall of 2023. Next slide. So in front of you is the staff recommendation to the PTC to consider the addendum and then review staff responses to the HCD comment letter and recommend to City Council to adopt the housing element. And then for the council to consider and approve the addendum, direct staff to make appropriate changes to the housing element, and then to adopt the resolution that would adopt the housing element. And that concludes staff presentation and have the first round of questions.
All right, let's go around for a set of first round of clarifying questions, both PTC as well as council. I do have a light here, and I'm not sure if it's from Council Member Tanaka or Commissioner Heckman.
Yeah, just a quick question. How much time will members of the public get to speak today?
How many, what?
How many minutes?
Public is going to get 1 minute. A group of 5 will get 5 minutes.
Okay. You know, housing is one of the priorities for the city, and it's not too often. I think it's been, 5 years since the last time PTC had a joint meeting with council. So I think we should try to, and we only have one action item tonight. So I would encourage us to give members of the public 3 minutes like we usually do, because it's such an important topic. So I'd like to make that request.
I appreciate your encouragement. I'm going to stick with my 1 minute and a group of 5 for 5 minutes. Thank you. All right. A round of clarifying questions. I don't see any lights. Commissioner Rectal?
Yeah, I had a question about the GM and ROLM areas. We're booking 65 units per acre on that. Have we looked at other design parameters like FAR and lot coverage, or is that still in flux?
Well, to clarify, we said that to meet RENA, we would use the 65 dense dwelling units per acre. That would help us meet our RENA. But council has addressed saying that approved up to 90 dwelling units per acre. So as part of this, we will be looking at other development standards to achieve the council's direction of 90 dwelling units.
So those are in work, but
those are in the works.
We
but
haven't
no.
finalized anything yet.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I guess the point I'm trying to make is that from a feasibility standpoint, the more information we can give HCD, the better they can assess whether that 65 is feasible or not. And if there's upside, that gives them some comfort that 65 will be met. If some do 90, some do 60, we still are at least meeting our 65 overall.
So thank you, Commissioner. There's two components that I think we need to consider. One is there's a set of standards that we need to meet for to achieve our RENA obligation, and that's where the 65 dwelling units per acre comes in. We've included in the revised draft some preliminary analysis that shows the feasibility of developing that density on those properties. And we have flagged some development constraints that also need to be changed in addition to increasing the density. That's just to achieve our base RENA obligation. Beyond that, the city council has directed by way of programs here that we look at a housing incentive program for this area and other areas that would further sweeten the pot, if you will, to allow for greater density and development potential in this location using the housing incentive program. The housing incentive program is not too dissimilar from a standard architectural review board process today. It just conveys greater development standards that can be achieved under the base zoning. This is net and above RENA in terms of RENA production. And as a sort of this program, the housing incentive program, is intended to serve as an alternative to the state density bonus. So we would believe with the enhancements that we would anticipate making that more housing developers will see this as an attractive alternative to the state density bonus.
So they can choose either the state density bonus or our own plan.
They could seek to develop a housing project based on the base zoning standards, 65 dwelling units and whatever the other standards are, and use the state density bonus on top of that, or take advantage of the housing incentive program, which will have already conveyed increased height, increased floor area, increased density, and some other development standards to achieve more housing unit production.
So all the bookkeeping that we have in the housing element, we're not using the housing density bonus law at all for that.
We are not allowed to use the state density bonus for RENA, and we are not using the housing incentive program for RENA. Those are the housing incentive program is in addition to RENA.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Chang?
So I have one question on the timeline and then one more substantive question. So on the timeline, now that Southern California is, further ahead in the process for us, what has it looked like in terms of the number of municipalities that that received an additional round of comments after like in August 2023, where they're still not substantially compliant and they have to go back yet again. So I'm kind of wondering what are the average odds of us passing?
Well, as part of it, right now, yes, a number of Southern California jurisdictions are still working through their housing elements, but we're hoping that the lessons learned from those Southern California jurisdictions are being applied to our housing element, thus increasing our odds, if you will, to get a compliant housing element, learning from their mistakes, if you will, and then applying the proper solutions for our housing element. So to be honest, we were mildly happy to get a shorter HCD letter saying that with the limited number of comments. So I think our opportunities are a little higher.
The short answer is we believe that we're responding to HCD's corrections with this housing element update. And so we would hope that HCD also sees it that way and would be able to issue a substantial compliance letter. What you're referring to and what Mr. Wong was referring to is that's not always the case. Sometimes there's some additional work that we need to do.
No, I understand, but I remember hearing, because they were about a year ahead of us in the process, that after round one, like nobody was compliant. We sort of had a fairly similar result in the Bay Area here, very few were. Now, what about after round two? Are we seeing 50% of them kind of passing, or is it still nobody?
No, it's increasing. And there's a website, HCD has a website that details that. I don't think either one of us has the exact percentages. We're kind of zeroed in on our specific
As you should
one.
be. Thank you. Thank you for humoring me. The more kind of substantive question I had was about program 6.3, where after even reading it and then listening to the presentation, I'm not really understanding the 800 to 1200 square feet, SB9. If you could explain that again one more time and what that means in terms of setbacks or single story overlays, or whether that's something that we still have to work out, that would just help.
Yeah. Thank you. So I'll take an initial run at that and then ask the staff in person or online to join us. So there's a couple things going on here, but to get to the specific development standard change, when SB 9 came into effect, we sort of our response to that state legislation was, okay, let's enact the minimum set of standards that the state is telling us to do, because we wanted to, be compliant with state law and figure out, what comes next. And so we adopted an interim set of regulations, as did many jurisdictions. What we're trying to accomplish here is to loosen that standard a little bit. State law says that you can, when you're building the 3 or 4 units on a site, that they have to be at least a minimum of 800 square feet each. And all this program does is say it can go up to 1,200 square feet. Each of those 3 or 4 units can go up to 1,200 square feet. And the reason we're advocating for that is because you can get a larger unit, another bedroom, so you can expand, potential housing size there. But for sellable units, it also is a lower entry point for ownership, and gives somebody a chance to build equity and achieve that goal, because it'll be a lower sort of price point or entry. We're hoping that it could also help advance some of our AFFH interests as well, to increase diversity into some of our neighborhoods. So that's what's going on with this program. Did that answer your question?
So I think I'm still confused about the minimum versus the maximum. So if I understand correctly, state requirement was that we have to allow at least 800 square feet to be built per unit. So a minimum of 800 square feet. And we're going to say, we have to allow at least 1,200 square feet. You can build an even bigger unit. Is that a minimum and a maximum, or like that, or? Yeah.
So Assistant City Attorney Albert Yang, I think, is chiming in.
So you're correct. The state SB 9 requires that the city permit at least 800 square feet per unit. And so when we first looked at that law a year and a half ago, we said, okay, the state requires us to allow at least 800 square feet, that's what we'll allow. You can have 800 square feet. And so we created that as our maximum because that's the authority that we were granted under state law. And now what staff is proposing is to relax that local maximum instead of doing the bare minimum that state law requires of us. We're proposing to increase that from 800 to 1,200.
So then the follow-on or the second half of my question was relating to, so what does that do in terms of setbacks and say single story overlays? So I know the SB 9 kind of applies no matter what. And would our relaxation of that 1,200 apply no matter what also?
Yeah, yes. So when we adopted our SB 9 ordinance, we also adopted a series of very detailed design standards. And those design standards were not specifically for smaller units. They were for any size units that you would build under SB 9. And so we've already thought through things like upper floor step backs and setbacks, daylight planes, those sorts of things. Those most likely will not need to be adjusted just as a result of the change from 800 to 1,200 square feet. But in the course of implementation, staff might find, oh, we'd actually like to tweak some of these design standards. And so those might just be a separate effort.
Okay, so then very specifically, because I know that somebody's going to ask me this question, what does it do to a single story overlay?
I believe under SB 9, if a single story overlay would not be enforceable if it wouldn't allow that minimum size of 800 to be created.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. So in practice, the single story overlay would prevail, except in those instances where it cannot achieve the minimum unit density or unit size.
And so for our purposes, then by expanding it to 1,200, it would prevail unless it doesn't allow a 1,200 square foot unit to prevail.
No. So again, 1,200 is going to be our local maximum.
Thank you. Got it.
So
Thank you. I'm sorry. Did you have something to say?
Just to finish the sentence. So 800 is, we would still base it on 800.
So what you're saying is that the local maximum is 1,200 and the minimum will be 800 square feet for a unit.
Yes, that's correct, as drafted in this program.
Understood. Thank you. Councilmember Vinker?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, staff. This represents an extraordinary amount of work by a whole lot of people in this room, and it's heartening to see, honestly, the advances that we're making to adding residential housing in our city. Nevertheless, I have a question. I want to ask about non-vacant sites. And the majority of the sites on our inventory are non-vacant. And we've had some public commenters say that this triggers certain standards of review. And so I'd like to know both sort of what we've done to investigate these and sort of what those standards are. So my questions are, is it true, in fact, that this does trigger a presumption that the current use is presumed to impede additional residential development? And this may be more properly put to the city attorney. I'll let you all determine that. Is it also correct that we are then required to make site-specific findings based on substantial evidence that the use will likely be discontinued during the planning process? And if so, what evidence do we have? And I understand that staff has given property owners a chance to remove their properties from the index. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about what that looked like. Did you reach out to each of them and give them that opportunity? How did that process unfold? So that's kind of my suite of questions. I want to understand the non-vacant sites.
Okay, so if I understand that, we'll explain how we went about identifying the non-vacant sites. I'll let the city attorney's office speak to substantial evidence. And then also, how did we reach out to property owners to give them a chance to withdraw?
Okay, I'll address that last question first, in that we sent in a letter to all property owners on the list at that time saying, just saying your site is on the housing inventory list. And then we gave them the opportunity to, this is what we're proposing on these housing element sites. And if you do wish to remove your property, please remove your property by this date. And so we did receive a few responses. And so those properties were removed from our housing inventory. So that was the opportunity for any property owner to remove. And we did get some clarifications, which we addressed. So, but that was how we contacted property owners.
And just a footnote to that, there was a email correspondence that the council received today about a property, I want to say 3350 West Bay Shore Road. That was inadvertently included in this housing element draft. We had received a prior letter and we had removed it from our environmental analysis that we had done, but we didn't connect the dot on the inventory site. So that will be pulled off, and I've communicated that already to the representative of the property.
Thank you. And just to clarify your answer, you said sometimes there's some clarifying email correspondence that went back and forth. Was that ever, did they state their intent about continuing use or willingness to change the use to a residential use?
Well, as part of those conversations, we explained to the property owner that these are not exclusive uses. Your property is mixed use, and so you have the opportunity to add residential to your property. And so we are putting together programs that would help spur residential properties production. And so based on that, they said, oh, okay, that's great. I choose to keep my property on the list. So it was a greater explanation of the city's plans for that, for properties on the list.
And then the other question you had, Mr. Wong, if you can explain our methodology for and how it's consistent with other jurisdictions for
Absolutely.
determining non-vacant sites.
So what we went through is we did a search of sites based on certain parameters, how structures that are more than 30 years old. We used something called the ILR, which is a ratio of assessed improvements to assessed land values. And so if the improved values were less than 1.5 times to the assessed land value, 1.5, we said that's a candidate for redevelopment, because if I had spent a substantial amount of capital to improve the land or the structure on the land, then the chances are you wouldn't want to redevelop, since you've just done a number of improvements to the structure. So anything 1.5 or below was included in our site's inventory. And anything on the historical register was not included on the sites. And also we looked at parking lots and other underutilized sites based on the ILR and a few other criteria to develop our list. And that is consistent with what the city of Berkeley has done in regards to their site inventory. They looked at ILR, even with a more liberal, they used 2.0. So we used a more conservative ILR to choose sites. They used age of structure. They looked at underutilized sites also. They also said no historic. So our processes are very similar in selection of sites.
And I think that's the bottom line is we followed a methodology that other jurisdictions who have certified housing elements followed. Molly, do you want to take on the substantial evidence?
Yeah, I can address that. So council member, your questions were whether it's true there's a presumption that a non-vacant site, the existing use is an impediment. And that is a feature of the state law. And in order to overcome that presumption, the city has to provide substantial evidence that the site will redevelop. And substantial evidence is generally a very deferential standard for a local agency. It's less than a preponderance of evidence, so we don't need to show that it's more likely than not that it will redevelop. There just has to be a real basis that a reasonable person could use to conclude that it will redevelop. There is no requirement that the evidence be site-specific. And as Mr. Wong and Mr. Late just explained, that other jurisdictions who have compliant housing elements have used the same type of methodology that we have here.
Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and welcome to our PTC members. Just a few questions then on this round. I'll save the rest for later. So the staff report went into kind of various scenarios where courts may need to step in to decide the adequacy of a city's housing element. Staff aware of any courts having done that yet and the determinations out of that?
Mr.
Yang? There was one, excuse me, one recent case, but I believe it was concerning the fifth cycle housing element. So that gives you a sense of sort of the time frame involved. But there was just a case involving the city of Clovis where the element was certified and the court reviewed it and found that it was not compliant with state law because they had missed one of the statutory requirements. So if you look, I believe you received as part of last Thursday's packet an updated exhibit to the resolution, and that includes a very detailed table of how our element complies with each of the statutory requirements.
You know, and I appreciated that, and I think that makes our job tonight far easier. So thank you to staff for working on that. On page 3-3, the red line version shows in red line that a third affordable housing project at 3001 El Camino Real, SB 330 application, had a scheduled hearing date for May 2nd of this year. Is that outdated and needs to be corrected, or was that heard by another board or commission?
I'm sorry, what was the address?
3-3.
Yeah, I got the
page.
Oh, I'm on the wrong page.
And the red line version.
Okay. And I'm sorry, your question is regarding 3001 El Camino?
Yeah, it mentions a hearing date of May 2nd.
Oh, well, no, that's that happened, I believe. Yep. That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, so that was ARB.
That was the Architecture Review Board. That's
Perfect.
right.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure we weren't missing that. And then last question I'll do on this round, page 3-4 of the red line, paragraph at the end of the page states that the success rate of multifamily projects being submitted that ultimately receive building permits in Palo Alto is 83%. That sounds like a good number, but we have nothing to compare that to. So do we know what is the percentage in relation to other cities of similar size in the region? That seems like relevant data as well, given that their comment letter back was wanting additional information on the region and even the Bay. So do we have that data? If we do, can we include it?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, this was added in response to HCD's comments and also some public comments about how many of our entitled applications, develop into the permit stage. I don't believe we have records on other jurisdictions.
Okay. And I guess, so this idea, and I was a little kind of struck by it. I didn't really understand HCD's comment requiring a larger regional study of housing, as well as greater local knowledge. do we, I mean, I see that there was an attempt to do that. Do we have a better understanding about what, I don't know, what kind of information that they were looking for? I mean, because that seems like the type of information that they would value.
Council member or Vice Mayor Stone, I'll ask that our consultant, Brenna, respond to your question.
Great, thanks.
Sure. So I think it's a couple different things here. So HCD asked for additional local and regional information as far as the AFFH analysis was concerned. But as far as this comment and the discussion with the success rate of the project, it's HCD is looking to see how likely, how often projects are developed in the city. So what they don't want is they don't want to hear that a bunch of applications come forward and then those projects don't come to fruition. So they were looking for some more details here on how likely projects that come forward through the application stage are to be developed. So what is the likelihood that residential projects will get constructed in the future?
Great, thank you. And in your professional experience is 83%. Is that a good number?
That is a good number. Yes, in the jurisdictions that we've worked with, I would say it's probably average. We've seen higher, we've seen lower, but that is a good number.
Okay, thank you. I just found that point to be interesting. I mean, that kind of first HCD first admits that they're kind of ignorant to Palo Alto and our surrounding areas housing issues, but they purport to be subject matter experts who are going to solve our affordable housing crisis. And instead of doing their homework, they're asking us to provide those studies. And I just found that to be a little odd, but glad to hear that 83% is a good number. Seemed like a good number to me. So thank you.
Councilmember Templeton.
Thanks for the promotion, Madam Mayor. I kid. Thank you very much. So I wanted to ask about two items that caught my attention. The first one, let's start with the, on slide 12, you talk about removing the program for pedestrian and transit-oriented development. And I'm like the Vice Mayor trying to read through this as someone not closely familiar with this. And you don't mean you're canceling any kind of pedestrian, bike-friendly programs. You mean specifically with a capital PTOD. There's a program called that. Is that right? 3.5?
Yeah, thank you. So so eliminating this program does nothing to our existing policies, regulations, processes with respect to PTOD. It also adds little to no value to HCD in terms of our housing element. And we have a ton of implementing objectives that we need to implement. And so we just wanted to get rid of ones that weren't going to add value. It doesn't mean the city of Palo Alto won't want to pursue that. We certainly can. It just doesn't need to be in our housing element. And the same goes for the other one.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. So just to reflect back in simpler language, no one was using that particular capital PTOD program anyway, and we have enough requirements in our building and planning that would cover lowercase pedestrian and transit-oriented development requirements around our sidewalks and roads. Is that correct?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's exactly what I said or a paraphrase of what I said, but I don't disagree with what you said.
Well, I'll take it. Thank you. And the other question I had was about the fees section, which, in the slide deck, you have it on page 11, but you have parkland dedication fee as the one we're going to use. Have we looked at any other kind of fees to support affordable housing at all?
Well, the analysis of fees is more so not to support affordable housing, but are fees a constraint to housing production? Or does it add to housing prices affordability.
What category would you have listed the other fees in? It's probably not in your digest here, but it's probably in the packet somewhere.
One sec. We do an analysis of the fees in chapter.
So while we're looking at this at the staff table, I'd invite anyone else on Zoom if you have an answer to chime in.
Director Late, the reason I'm asking is my understanding is sometimes we're not, like our coffers aren't full. The mayor was speaking about that this weekend, that we don't have a lot of money. Traditionally, that those fees are raised in a different way, that if we're not building, we're not getting those fees. And I was wondering what are some other areas we've thought about that would help us build the affordable housing. And if we have to get back to that later when we're talking with the PTC, we can do that as well.
Okay, yes, why don't we plan on doing that?
Yeah, okay. Sounds good. Thank you both.
Would you like a promotion, Commissioner Liu? Commissioner Liu, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll just ask one quick high-level process question. So what exactly are the trade-offs of submitting a draft for review versus adopting today?
You know, that's a policy decision ultimately before for the PTC as recommendation to the council, but then also for the council to make going forward. You have seen letters from folks asking that we submit as a draft to HCD, and that's a perfectly fine alternative as well. That process would entail submitting the document, getting some comments back from HCD. Those comments will be one of two things: either you're in substantial compliance or there's more work to be done. And then we would make those revisions and either continue to submit a draft and go through this process. That's the typical process I think has been employed for the fifth cycle, but also for a good portion of the sixth cycle. We received our comments from HCD, and we've worked hard to address those. And so we're just asking the council if you feel comfortable approving this. We have findings that state this is in substantial compliance with state law. So it's just a decision.
Got it. Thank you. So there's really just no downside for adopting versus submitting as a draft.
No, because again, we got some comments from the public on this. It's a conversation that we had with our legal staff, attorneys as well. We do not see a legal downside for doing this. I will note, as part of state law, we have only 4 amendments to our any one of the elements of the general plan or comprehensive plan, as we call it, per year. And this will be our first amendment, if it's adopted tonight, of the housing element. So just something for us to be mindful about, but I don't think it puts us in jeopardy for the future.
Okay, I see a light from Councilmember Lifker-Haynes, but I'm wondering if it is you. Okay, thank you, Councilmember.
In fact, I thought I had pressed it earlier, so we're just all getting comfortable up here. And thank you, Madam Mayor. I have some technical questions, but while I have the floor, I'd like to move to appeal the presiding officer's decision that members of the public only get 1 minute. And the reason is that we only do this once every 8 years. This joint opportunity apparently hasn't happened for 5. So many members of the public care deeply about what happens with housing in Palo Alto out into the future. And I'm not sure that folks had adequate notice that they would be restricted to 1 minute.
I'll second it.
Madam Mayor, would you like some help with procedure?
Sure.
So we don't do this often, and we certainly have never done it with a joint session. So I looked at the rules, and the council does have a set of rules that it's quite rare, but does allow the ruling of a presiding officer to be appealed. And so the question would be whether the mayor's decision to direct that the time is 1 minute would be upheld. And this whole group should vote on that, since there's a motion and a second. If there's a tie vote or a majority say yes, then the mayor's direction stands. If a majority says no, then the mayor will select a new time limit.
Okay, I mean, I was gonna, since they moved and seconded, I was gonna go to a vote, but I wasn't sure who votes. But
Exactly.
Since it's everybody, that's.
I had a minute to think about it, and I think that that's the best procedure. Yes,
All right,
everybody.
very good. So Madam Clerk, will you take a vote? And you're going for 3 minutes or how many minutes? No discussion?
So I think you're going to vote on the mayor's direction, which is 1 minute. If the majority does not support that, then you have an opportunity next to choose a new time.
Appreciate that for the clarification. All right. You know what? Go for a discussion. Oh, just a minute. I was going to say, just go for a discussion.
That will work if that's what you'd like to do.
All right, light it up. Councilmember Burt?
Yes, I was just going to say that we ordinarily determine the amount of time for speakers depending on how many speakers have signed up by the time we have a cutoff. And we've actually, as a council, just went through extensive discussion on this in the last week in our procedures and protocols that what we want to do is give adequate forewarning to the public that signups will be by a certain time. And then the presiding officer can look at whether it can be 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute at that point in time. So I would encourage us to follow our normal procedures on this, the ones we just adopted, which is that the presiding officer will determine the amount of time once we see how many speakers there are and how much time we have. And so I think this vote is therefore premature. If the mayor is good with following our recently adopted procedure, then maybe the makers would agree to pull their motion. And if at that point in time they have a disagreement, they would have the prerogative to proceed.
Thank you for your comment, Councilmember Burt. Commissioner Templeton.
I agree with Councilmember Burt, and I was just looking at the number of participants. We have 25 panelists, so they're probably not going to be doing public comment. So there's like 15 possible that may have raised their hand. There's not that many in here. And also, I think you already closed public comment submissions when the staff presentation ended. So we probably could count now. Just a suggestion.
Thank you, Commissioner Templeton. I can't see if it is Councilmember Vinker or if it's
Before this discussion, this one came on.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes, I do have a comment, but I'm wondering if we should ask the maker and seconder to respond first, if they'd like.
Just hearing comments, being very democratic over here since the motion was made and seconded. So love to hear as we go down. Thank you, Councilmember Vinker.
Then I'll make my comment if.
Okay, please do.
Yeah. So I don't remember precisely, but yes, Councilmember Burt, we did just amend our policies. I kind of thought it was 2 or 3 minutes, but I don't remember. But we also left it to the discretion of the mayor, and we've been encouraging efficiency. I just wondered about the prior notice. And so my question was simply, did we put on the agenda in advance to let the public know that it would be 1 minute, since that's out of keeping with our ordinary practice? Because that would affect how I might feel about it tonight. So I don't know. I don't think we gave prior notice. Is that correct?
That has never been our practice. So the rule that was discussed and adopted by council, everyone has a slightly different recollection, allows discretion to the mayor to determine the time. And it can be typically 3 minutes, but reduced for a complex item, many items, or many speakers. And there is no mention of 2 minutes or 1 minute. It's a discretion to the mayor to determine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vinker. Next, I think is Councilmember Tanaka or Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you, Mayor. My hand was actually raised before the motion. It has a question.
I
so
apologize. I didn't see it.
No worries.
I'll get back to you after we take care of this motion here. Now we go to Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to weigh in with gratitude to Councilmember Burt for setting us on track with our previously agreed upon procedure. That was simply what I was trying to correct. And I'm very pleased to withdraw the motion and follow that process.
All righty, so we're gonna, the motion has been withdrawn. Let's move to Commissioner Heckman. Thank you for your patience.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a comment before the motion. There was some talk about the fees, and I think staff was looking where in our draft housing element they were. I think they start at 463, and a lot of the new information is on 469, 4-69 and 4-70. So that's where we've collected the fee information. My question actually was about this, the notion, the concept of substantial compliance. And it's, the question is that determination of substantial compliance in the sole province of the HCD, or does the city have some ability in advance of the HCD determination to declare substantial compliance in a way that has some effect? And when the HCD does determine substantial compliance, does that relate back to the date of adoption, or it's not substantially compliant until the HCD says so, no matter how long it takes them?
Yeah. Again, Mr. Yang.
Yeah. So HCD has a process of certification that is required for some state grants, but it's not a set forth in the statute as the arbiter of compliance. Ultimately, the courts are the final voice on whether a housing element complies with state law, and the courts owe no deference to HCD. They recently reinforced that in the Martinez v. Clovis opinion. So the city, though, also does not have the ability to declare ourselves in compliance. The council can make findings that we believe we are in compliance, but again, it's only a court that would really have the final say.
So to follow up on that, if this issue never goes to court, is it the date of adoption of the ordinance that governs?
Yeah, from the city's perspective, if we adopt a housing element and we believe it's substantially compliant, that is the position that we would take, that it is compliant as of the date of adoption.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Hi, yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to return now to my technical questions, please. Regarding the middle housing program, which is just lovely to see. I'm confused about some of the language, which feels contradictory to me. On page 5-38, we refer to it being a concept that allows us to leverage the development opportunity of SB 9 to create by right opportunities for up to 4 units on a single family zone lot. Then a few lines later in the implementing objectives, it says that it refers to the creation of 3 or more detached units, and up to 4 units is not the same thing as 3 or more. So I'm wondering if we could reconcile that discrepancy.
Yes, so Up to 4 is there because that is the limit that is placed in state law under SB 9. That is the maximum number of units you can create using SB 9 on a single family lot.
So, sorry, go ahead.
And the implementing objective then refers to 3 or more units because that is the threshold that the city locally has used to say this is when you are limited to 800 square feet. And that's the threshold we would be changing from 800 to 1200 when you're making 3 or more units. But no matter how many, when you're making 3 or 4 units, the 4 is the maximum under state law.
So is 2 allowed? Is a duplex allowed under this middle housing program? Okay.
Yes, it is allowed, but we don't place any limit on square footage other than the normal FAR.
Thank you. My next question is regarding multifamily housing impact fees. These are on page 4-69 and 4-70. I'm simply concerned about how we calculate these fees and why for single family, when I calculated the multifamily 48 unit example, I assumed its fees were going to be sort of roughly 48 times what the single family unit was, and it turned out to be much higher. It looks like these fees are calculated on a units basis rather than a square footage. It seems to be a regressive tax. Can you help me understand how the calculations are done to get to those multifamily impact fees?
I actually don't know off the top of my head. I'm wondering if Mr. Yang does. I do think for the parkland dedication, we did receive council direction to go to square footage, and I thought we were implementing that. Mr. Yang, do you have recollection on that?
Not off the top of my head about parkland dedication. I do know that over the course of the next several years, we are going to be shifting all of our impact fees to a square footage basis, and that is a separate requirement of state law. Parkland dedication is somewhat different because it is it's a part of the Subdivision Map Act. It's not our parkland impact fee, so I can look into that, but I don't have the answer right now.
Thank you. The one that caught my eye at first was library's impact fee, $600 for a single family home. When I multiplied that by the 48 families who are going to be in this 48 unit townhome, it should be 28,800, but instead we're charging 72,615.36. So that's what just made me curious as to whether something was off or whether this was intentional. I'll move on from that technical question. I'd like to know regarding HIP and expedited review. Can you give me an example besides 788 San Antonio of HIP waivers that we've given? And also how many applications have we received requesting expedited review?
So we're just, when you say expedited review, are you referring to the objective standards?
The streamlined review using objective standards, yes.
So on HIP, I think there's been 2 projects that have taken advantage of that. And that's why we have a pretty significant program to extend and increase the development incentives under the HIP. That's one of the programs that we have. The current program, we thought it would get us where we needed to be. We're not seeing the results the way that we'd like to, so we need to make some improvements. On the objective standards question, I think there's one project that I'm aware of that went through that process, and that would have been 525 Charleston, the affordable housing project. And that project was deemed complete on the 30th day, I believe, which is consistent with state law. And then the city staff took no more than 60 days to review that project and grant the entitlement. The applicant had decided to separate the building permit from the entitlement at their own discretion. And so that is actually a very good example of a project that has met the objective standards, also took advantage of state density bonus, and the city processed it in accordance with the expectations of state law. I don't know of other projects. It's a relatively new system, and we do have, well, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. As a technical matter, something seems to be wrong with figures 2-11 and 2-23. Both refer to the state of Black homeowners or Black families in the narrative, but the corresponding figure does not label the Black experience. In 211, 3 bars are unlabeled, and also the non-Hispanic white community is listed twice. So there's something awry there. And in figure 2-23, it's about overcrowding rates, but African-American/Black families are not depicted at all on the chart despite being in the narrative. I also want to encourage you to define the cost burden as 30% of gross income. Right now, throughout the housing element, it refers to cost burden as 30% of income, leaving the question open as to whether it's gross or net, and I believe the standard is gross. So I encourage you to just do a global replace on that, just for the sake of anyone reading this and wanting guidance as to what that means. And then the Oak Park Manor townhouses apparently are set to expire in 2033, which is 10 years from now. So they would seem to fall into the at-risk category. This is in your at-risk section, page 2-74, unless there's some other reason, perhaps because it's owned by Alta, that it doesn't fall into at-risk. But in terms of the technicality of 10 years, being the guideline for whether something is at risk of converting to market rate, it would seem that Oak Park Manor townhouses do fall into that definition. Thank you. That's the end of my questions.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yeah, I was going to say that those were like more
It was
comments.
so quick.
Yeah.
That's okay. We're just trying to
I
catch
thought
up
they
here.
were technical matters.
Well, that's why we want to
Mayor.
correct any errors, though. We want to make sure that we've captured the
I would be
the
happy
comment.
to just send an email with those things.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Chair Suma?
Thank you very much. Just to follow up on Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. Each resulting split from an SB9 lot split can have 2 units and also an ADU, or am I wrong about that?
No, if you use SB9 to split the lot, you have a maximum of 2 units on each lot.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councilmember Burt.
Okay, I have just a few things. So first, follow up to that last question. Isn't it correct that under SB9, if you split the lot, you can have a single family home on each of the new lots? In each of those lots can have a junior and a senior ADU?
I don't know. That's not true. If you split the lots, the city does not have to allow the same number of ADUs as we otherwise would. If you split the lot under SB9, it's a maximum of 2 units. However, those units are configured on each lot.
You mean excluding ADUs or including ADUs?
Including ADUs, yeah. ADU is a dwelling unit.
Well, I think we need to make sure we're understanding that correctly. Couple other things on the issue of parkland dedication fees. I don't think I want to raise the circumstance where we have a office to residential conversion. I'm not aware of any applications in the pipeline, but it's certainly something that many cities are starting to look at, and the state is recognizing as a prospective trend. And do we have any mechanism by which past impact fees for office would then be credited against the new use. And if there was a higher impact fee calculated for whatever the new residential would be, what would be charged would be the difference from what was already paid in the past and what the new fee would be. Do we have that as something we're anticipating or have a contingency on?
So I don't know that we have that, but it could be a policy that the council implements as part of, I don't know if it's the municipal fee schedule or some other, maybe in the code itself.
So I can jump in here. That is something that we do. I don't believe that we use the actual amount paid in the past because that may have been, decades ago under a different scheme. I think we look at what is the sort of net new impact. So that it may be, and I don't know exactly how it's calculated, but we do have a mechanism for crediting the existing use.
Great, thanks. And then I had a question on the cost burden. Is it correct that the 30% housing cost burden based on the gross income, that is used regardless of the income level? So if somebody's making $100,000 a year, 30% of that would be $3,000. If they're making $500,000 a year, 30% would be $165,000. Wait, no, excuse me, 150. Yeah. And is it the same formula regardless of the income level?
As far as I know, correct. Yes, it's that 30% threshold applies to any income across the board.
So somebody who had $350,000 disposable income above their gross, above their housing burden, we'd say that's burden.
Yes, using that example, if they spend $275,000 on housing, yes, they would be.
Or if they only spend $150,000, then that's burden despite having $350,000 disposable income beyond their housing cost.
They would still be considered cost burden.
Okay. All right, I'll have one comment later. Thanks.
Okay, I have a few questions here. So in recommending, if we do adopt this, the first 90 days review period, I think, George, you asked that, but for example, the 3550 West Bayshore Road, which has been removed from the inventory site, was it replaced somewhere else?
No, Mayor Koo, we had a small surplus.
So this is part of the surplus?
Yes, we can
And
take
so
from
there was
that.
no need to replace it?
Excuse me?
And so it wasn't necessary to replace it elsewhere?
That is correct.
Okay. So you mentioned, Director, that there was to be aware that there's amendments. And if tonight we decided to provide revisions, it would be considered as an amendment. Is there a limit to how many amendments we can have?
For the calendar year, there's a limit of 4 amendments per element.
Per element?
Yes. So for the housing element itself, we can do no more than 4 amendments per year, and that's a calendar year. So
does that mean each year we can have 4 amendments?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So it also mentions that there's to use the ROLM properties. Are there ROLM properties on the east side of the 101?
No, there are no properties east of 101.
Thank you. Faith-based institutions, right? So they operate within neighborhoods, low density neighborhoods under a conditional use permit, right? So could the neighborhood potentially have a 50-foot building next door with over 100 units? With no parking accommodations within one of these neighborhoods that has low density?
So we'll double check this, but we believe that we've got a program to develop those standards for those types of situations. And I will note that whatever those standards are, if there's, we would have to think about whether this is an alternative to state density bonus or not, and how that would play out. So it's hard to give an answer to that question, but we would be developing regulations that would come before the council before they got implemented.
Okay, that's good that it's been brought to attention. So SB 9 again, after subdivision, 2 housing units on 1 parcel. Is there any affordability restrictions that is imposed here?
As part of the council's action a year and a half ago, we applied the base BMR requirement, 15%, which would be most likely be paid in lieu fees.
Which would be most likely to do what?
Would most likely be paid as in lieu fees.
In lieu fees, I see. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Lifcott-Hames Commissioner Aiken.
That's right, it was me this time. So we have a timeline describing a deadline on June 8th for submission of an adopted housing element. What are the consequences if we choose to delay that, if we miss that deadline?
So that deadline is just that once the city adopts a housing element, we have 30 days to transmit it to HCD. The deadline for the city to adopt a housing element was January 31st. So we've missed that deadline. There's not going to be significant new consequences for further delay, but we would like to have an element adopted as soon as we're ready.
Okay, I don't see any more lights. And so with that, I would like to hand this meeting over to Chair Suma of the PTC Commission. Oh,
that's correct.
Is it for the whole council public comments? Yep. Yeah. Okay. All right. Could you tell me how many speakers we have?
We have a total of 8 speakers. However, one is a group of 10. So we have one spokesperson that is speaking on behalf of 10 requesters.
Okay, that's very good. I thought that we had 25 or something. But why don't we go ahead and give the group of 5, 10 minutes and everybody else 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Robert Chun. This is Amy Sung. We are board members of Palo Alto Forward. We're a nonprofit organization focused on innovating and expanding housing choices and transportation mobility for a vibrant, welcoming, and sustainable Palo Alto. Our group has been engaged in the housing element process at every stage. Our perspective on the city's housing element was most comprehensively summarized in a 60-page letter that was shared with the city and HCD in December, and which is available on our website at paloaltoforward.com. First, we really want to extend a heartfelt thanks to city staff for their hard work on this latest housing element revision. We recognize how difficult this work is, and we deeply appreciate their willingness both to meet with us and to answer our questions. We're here tonight to share 4 key suggestions on how to improve this draft of the housing element. Next slide, please, and one beyond that. One more, please. The first point we'd like to make tonight is about feasibility. We understand that staff have retained consultants to study the financial feasibility of the development standards in the housing element. And we understand that they have suggested that improvements need to be made to achieve feasibility. This is important because our site inventory can only achieve and produce housing if the development standards support financially feasible development. We do see this point acknowledged in this new draft, but believe that more work needs to be done to meet HED's comments and requests. Palo Alto Forward conducted an analysis of market trends in our December letter to the city. Our letter compared the housing element's proposed development standards to actual housing proposals in Palo Alto. And what we found from that analysis is that actual housing proposals have consistently required more density, more height, greater floor area ratios, as well as lower minimum parking requirements than the city is proposing here. So for example, the left side of this table collects the housing proposals submitted to the city's Planned Home Zone, or PHC process. I think as many of you know, through the PHC process, developers are invited to, quote, request changes from the base zoning regulations, end quote, in exchange for providing 20% of the units as deed restricted affordable housing. The PHC proposals are thus excellent indicators of what development standards are necessary to enable the production of housing. And so we've collected data on these PHC proposals on the left side of the table. We've then compared these PHC proposals with the base zoning proposed by the housing element, which is summarized on the right side of the table. So for example, we see that the typical density required by a PHC project is about 115 units per acre, but that the proposed housing element typically limits housing to 30 to 50 units per acre, or up to 65 units per acre in the GM ROLM zone. That's obviously a very large gap, and it strongly suggests that the housing element's proposed densities are themselves governmental constraints to housing. Now, the PHD projects were just proposed projects, but the same analysis actually holds up when we consider projects that this city council has actually approved. So for example, the Alto Local development in El Camino Real was approved in 2018 at a density of about 130 dwelling units an acre. And the development at 788 San Antonio was approved in 2020 at a density of about 102 dwelling units per acre. Neither of these projects, which constitute some of the only recent market rate development in the city, would be permissible under any of the base zoning of the current housing element. For those reasons, we urge the city to conduct a thorough and independent analysis of the financial feasibility of the zoning proposed by the housing element. This is critical because the city has a statutory obligation under state law to mitigate constraints to housing. Next slide, please. The second point we'd like to make is that the housing incentive program, which we've talked about tonight, cannot resolve the underlying issue of financial feasibility. Now, for context, the housing incentive program allows the director of planning to increase the floor area ratio and maximum site coverage ratios for certain housing projects in the downtown areas and on San Antonio. And the proposed housing element promises to study whether or not the geographic reach of this program should be expanded and whether the director should have the discretion to modify additional development standards. And I want to be clear, these would be welcome changes, but they are not ones that fix the core problem, which is that in many cases, the housing element's base zoning does not enable financially feasible development. The program has been around for 4 years, but as we've talked about tonight, has unlocked virtually no new housing in the city. Until tonight, we couldn't even hear of a real list of projects that have utilized the housing incentive program. So without more meaningful and specific reforms, it's difficult to believe that the housing incentive program will now unlock thousands of new units of development. And it's also true that under state law, the housing incentive program isn't actually relevant to demonstrating that we can meet our RENA goals. That's because the housing incentive program is a discretionary program rather than one that all developers can take advantage of. It's also because the program forbids participating developers from using the state density bonus. And according to HCD, that makes this program ineligible for treatment as base zoning. Here, I'd encourage you to read page 15 of the HCD site inventory guidebook if you'd like to learn more. So in other words, while the expanded housing incentive program is a nice addition, it can't excuse us from demonstrating to HCD that we have compliant base zoning. Next slide, please. The third point we'd like to make is that the housing element does not adequately address our lengthy permitting and entitlement times. The proposed housing element asserts that the streamlined housing development review process, which we've talked about tonight and which was adopted a year ago, has fixed this constraint, but that's simply too early to tell if it's working. Here we respectfully disagree. If this constraint had been satisfactorily removed, we would have seen robust interest in this program in the months after adoption. We have not. The program's key flaw is that projects only qualify for streamlined review if they meet Palo Alto's existing base zoning requirements. So the streamlined review process will therefore expedite little as long as housing projects require departures from base zoning to pencil out. Next slide, please. The fourth and final point I'd like to make is that the city has done little to proactively engage with the property owners and tenants of non-vacant sites in the inventory. And here I appreciate Councilmember Wienker's question on this topic. The staff, as noted, has given property owners a chance to remove their properties from the site inventory. But as we talked about, that is quite different from soliciting feedback on whether they plan to convert their existing uses or what it would take to incentivize such a move. The current element relies on non-vacant sites to accommodate 50% or more of its lower income housing allocation. And under California law, this does in fact trigger a statutory presumption that, quote, the non-vacant site's existing use is presumed to impede additional residential development, end quote. And it is also true that the city can only designate such lots as appropriate for lower income housing if it, quote, makes findings based on substantial evidence that the use will be discontinued during the planning period. To clear that threshold, HCD is clear that cities must face rigorous site-specific findings related to the intent of the current tenant, the intent of the property owner, or the physical disrepair of the building. If anyone here doubts that these requirements are site-specific, I'd encourage you to open up the HCD Site Inventory Guidebook. That's the HCD Site Inventory Guidebook. Scroll to the bottom of page 27 at the top of 28, where HCD is quite clear. Quote, for example, non-vacant sites with differing existing uses and lacking common ownership, whether contiguous or located in the same general area, may not rely on generalized analysis, end quote. So the requirement that substantial evidence is site-specific is as clear as day. To date, we do not see evidence that the city has met this threshold. With the exception of a handful of owners in the GM ROLM area, it has not systematically asked site owners whether they have any interest in developing housing or what it would take for them to redevelop as such. Moreover, last year, many of our hardworking volunteers contacted property owners at many of these sites, and almost all of them said their parcels would not convert to housing during the planning period. Almost all of these sites remain in the element. Our goal is to build real units physically in the next 8 years for the benefit of everybody who lives and works and studies in Palo Alto. That means we must coordinate with site owners and tenants as we are already required to do under California law. So in conclusion, we have concerns. We have concerns about the way that this housing element addresses key constraints on housing production, which the city has a statutory duty to mitigate. Our understanding of the HCD comment letter and their approach in other Bay Area cities is that it is not possible to have an effective or compliant housing element until these concerns are addressed. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Mike Alchek, followed by Cindy Carroll.
Good evening, council members and commissioners. My name is Mike Alchek, longtime resident, former member, vice chair, and chair of the Planning Commission, and a California land use attorney with over 15 years of subject matter expertise. I've come tonight with the hope I can encourage you to do better and improve upon the status quo. The fact that HCD rejected our housing element did not surprise me and probably didn't surprise any of you. This city has been skating by doing the bare minimum for decades, and it's finally catching up to us. That said, this is such an important piece of local governance, and its inadequacy should mean more to this governing body, considering that housing is the root of every issue facing our community. I want you to know that our standard of living across the board is declining on your watch. Hiring good teachers, good healthcare providers, good municipal employees, every position in every industry, it's all getting much harder, and all because there isn't enough housing. So let's get to the specifics. HCD's big questions. What are the biggest constraints on housing development? It's our zoning, our height limits, and our density limits. Please take a closer look at our multifamily parcels, our properties already designated for multifamily housing, and what you'll find are low-density, inefficient, and old apartment complexes that are ripe for redevelopment. If you want to move the needle on this issue, eliminate antiquated zones like RM20, raise the minimum to 40 units per acre on multifamily sites, and encourage housing development. Then do the same for existing RM40 and beyond. No one is going to replace old apartment complexes with new ones at the current limits, and that is at the heart of this feasibility issue, a concept that seems to elude our local leadership. Every one of these tired and efficient multifamily sites is a lost opportunity, an application you won't see submitted artificially boosting your 83% grade. It's too soon to pat yourselves on the back. You don't want to see a new apartment complex in R1? Fine. Take the multifamily sites you already have and make them attractive for denser apartment complexes. Next, HCD wants to know more info on the non-vacant, i.e. occupied sites that we suggested would convert to housing over time, but didn't. They want to know what barriers exist to that redevelopment. Same answer. You can't pave the way for greater housing simply by telling everyone you support housing. The only way to encourage housing is to increase density and height limits. And because you haven't done that, we have some sites in this community that really scratch your head. You think the Glass Slipper Inn, the private storage facility that occupies half a block in downtown Palo Alto, those uses only exist in their current status because we are not encouraging housing development. Mountain View's figured it out. Redwood City's figured it out. I'm not begging you to do something about this. Last sentence. Make the changes if you actually care about addressing this shortage. Otherwise, please no more lip service, and Godspeed to Sacramento in their effort to take this power away from you.
Our next speaker is Cindy Carroll, followed by Michelle Kraus.
Thank you, City Council members, Madam Mayor. I'm Cindy Carroll. I've lived in Palo Alto since 2013. I'm happy to see you discussing the housing element. The housing shortage is, like so many other systemic challenges, often hits people of color the hardest. I'm here to express support for adoption of affordable housing efforts because long-term, that's what our growing population needs. Our young working families and our city. This is an opportunity to build diversity in Palo Alto, to reverse some of the racist history of this city to some degree, a step in that direction. A variety of perspectives, racial, age groups, income levels can benefit us all, increasing creative problem solving and reduce the stagnation that comes with homogeneity. A couple of examples, a couple of suggestions, I suggest we pepper the city with small, affordable housing units instead of gigantic project type things, so that no single neighborhood carries the entire load, the entire impact of an increase in traffic or public school population. Housing bought for investment only might also be a good place to start. Two-story houses that can be converted into smaller 2, 3, or 4 unit affordable housing apartments. So let's do what's legally required, what's best long-term, and what's fair. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Michelle Kraus, followed by Albert Lustre.
Greetings, everyone. I bring you words from Chair Coloma Smith. We are both on the Human Relations Commission, although we're speaking here on behalf of our individual selves. We were very concerned with the racial equity question. And the points that Councilwoman Julie brought up, there was discrepancy in the information as it was presented. I was also concerned in reading the red line that there are antiquated average costs of 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms that go back not to 2023, but they're much further back to 2020 at the max. And that doesn't reflect adequately the real and true cost of escalating housing. And when it's used as an assumption, it deeply concerned us. We're concerned with equity. We're concerned with community. And if you would like to refer it to us at the HRC, we will look at those issues extensively because we're very concerned that every person has an opportunity to acquire housing in this city. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Albert Lustre, who is on Zoom, and you should be able to speak.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Albert Lustre with the Northern California Carpenters Local Union 405. And it's great to see that we're moving forward and approving our housing element. But we also got to think about the workforce who's going to build these projects in our community. I'm here to speak of the need of area labor standards implementation in the next housing element. Area standards include a livable wage, healthcare, apprenticeship, and local hire. The importance of having a livable wage is because it helps the working men and women be able to balance the wages with a current inflation rate that has skyrocketed in the last 2 years, and to be able to afford rent in the community and provide basic needs for their family. It also prevents wage theft and tax fraud, which happens more than often. Healthcare is a necessity for all humans. We cannot have our members of our community seek medical attention because their employer does not provide any healthcare benefits, and instead they become a burden to our system. Apprenticeship programs provide a pathway for minorities, women, at-risk youth into the construction industry. It gives the working class citizens the education, skills, a career into the construction, and to be able to obtain a college degree for a construction management if they desire to. By hiring locally, ensure their citizens have more time to spend time with their families and be able to involve in the community instead of spending time on the road and trying to make ends meet. I would like to ask our community and our elected officials, what are we doing to ensure that we include area labor standards in the new housing elements? Are we going to adopt the same area labor standards as our neighborhood cities, Redwood City and Menlo Park, in which includes local hire, apprenticeship, and a livable wage? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sunita De Torel, followed by John Kelly.
Good evening. I crossed out half my speech while sitting there because we went down to 1 minute. And so this is going to be a skeletal version because I can't rebuild it. I can't reread what I crossed out. Thank you for going back to 2 to 3 minutes. My name is Sunita De Torel, and I live next door, just across the street with 2 kids at school here in the local schools, a local entrepreneur, and recently served a partial term on the HRC. My hope is that as we address this housing element, like a few speakers prior to me mentioned, we simultaneously attempt and take this opportunity to repair the errors of our past. I hope that as we implement this housing element, that we can keep those errors at the forefront of our thinking and planning and let them touch and stir our hearts in how we act. The first point was, and these are again skeletal, I'm not going to go in, but hopefully these will touch on just the larger issues that I'm referring to, is that we must remember whose land we are on. I believe it would be foolish to ignore a recent movement at Palo Alto High School, at Pali, where the youth at our local school just unveiled a mural celebrating the Cherokee Nation's efforts to place Kimberly Teehee as a non-voting House of Representatives delegate. I think we need to be thinking about this in policing, in equal opportunity and diversity in our communities, and housing. This is something that we need to keep at the forefront of how we move forward. Our youth are thinking about it. I think we should listen to our youth. Second part is also to reflect on the continuing disadvantage caused by redlining in Palo Alto and recognize how this continues to negatively impact African-American families in so many ways, including the ability to accumulate and pass on intergenerational wealth. Something I think we all think about a lot. I think everyone up there, including myself, being here and living here, that's one of the reasons we're here. It's one of the reasons we are maybe serving, and we care because we want to pass that on. And I think that we need to remember the history of Palo Alto and try to move forward and make reparations around those issues. We are known here for our tremendous innovation and out-of-the-box thinking in Palo Alto. Could we be another Evanston, Illinois? Can we be a shining star around reparations and reconciliation and inspire the rest of the country and the world with some wonderful innovation here in our town? I hope we can. It's a vision for Palo Alto that would make me proud to live here. And then final thoughts, since I have 20 more seconds, about this whole 1 minute thing, how I felt about it when I sat there and we moved to 1 minute. It felt quite disrespectful and almost pointless to give us a minute. It feels like, with all due respect, we either get 2 to 3 minutes, and I know you've talked about this in your new ways of moving forward and being efficient, 2 to 3 minutes or no public comment, because 1 minute feels kind of like a mockery. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Kelly, followed by our final speaker, Liz Gardner.
Council members, commissioners, I also want to thank you for hearing us at somewhat greater length. And I would associate myself with the remarks of the last speaker saying that the 1 minute time limit really was disrespectful. So I appreciate you reversing yourself, Mayor Koo. I'd like to talk about affirmatively furthering fair housing. I'd like to talk about government constraints on housing. I'd like to talk about sites. But I'm going to use a word that I don't think I've heard tonight. That's schools. Maybe I missed it. Maybe someone talked about it. But you are considering these issues in a vacuum, and you're doing the community a disservice if you're not thinking about how your decisions are going to affect the schools. And that was really impressed upon me yesterday when Walter Hayes Elementary School celebrated its 100th anniversary. I saw some of you there. It was good to see you there. And it was good that you would participate in that celebration. But as you vote tonight, I want you to think about what you're doing. And I want you to think about one thing in particular. And that is this question about locating about half of the affordable housing units that are contemplated by the housing element in the very southeast corner of Palo Alto. And I want to ask you why you're thinking about putting those affordable units in that area instead of close to Walter Hayes, instead of close to Pali, instead of close to Gunn, instead of close to Ohlone, instead of close to Nixon. Why are you doing that? Why is it so important to sequester, to confine, indeed to segregate low-income housing as part of this plan in a part of town that's separated by a 4-lane road, and we've all tried to cross it? That's not something that my sons would have wanted to journey across when they were going to Walter Hayes. So why aren't we asking ourselves about giving everyone who's going to be a member of this community the same kind of educational opportunity? Schools are what have made Palo Alto, and when you vote tonight, think about the impact of your decision on the schools. We already know that the school districts are contemplating closing schools in North Palo Alto. What's going to be the impact of putting more students in South Palo Alto? Does that mean that Walter Hayes is going to close? I don't know, but I hope you'll think about that. And in my 30 seconds that are left, I would like to respond to points that Mr. Yang and Mr. Wu have made tonight about what I regard as housing taxes. Your current impact fees in some circumstances constitute a cost of more than $90 a square foot for some housing. That's insane. If you want to remove governmental constraints, severely reduce those taxes, and if you want to site housing where it belongs, I agree with Mr. Alchek, liberalize 6 plexes, 8 plexes, maybe even 16 plexes in your existing multifamily zones. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Liz Gardner.
I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute. Good evening. My name is Liz Gardner. I wanted to address the sinking in my heart tonight when I heard the 1 minute that we had to speak. And, again, like another speaker, I was just trying to pungle out something I could do in 1 minute concerning homes for everyone at all levels of income and all people of color and all abilities. So I'm very pleased that it got that the minutes got increased back to 3 minutes. We've all been working super hard on this recent element, and as a public and as city council and city staff. So I wanted to just give a shout out. With the previous speakers, I just also wanted to say it was like really beautiful to hear the arms that are being wrapped around a community that is suffering under a very oppressive and scary time, where just the value of family or the value of a home, having a home, the two values have been so bifurcated that our quality of life in this community has really been reduced, even in the 10 years that I've been here, for my family, in my jobs. It's about the second thing people talk about, whether they own a home, whether they rent a home, whether they're without a home. It is front and center to the quality of life here. And I am really afraid that we're losing it. We're just losing this American ability to have the most primitive shelter of shelters as thousands of years ago. That said, I did want to just point out in tonight's presentation, I felt that the quality of the builds was missing from the presentation, the quality of these homes, the materials that were being used, what types of materials. I also want to say I disagree with building homes in the wrong commercial areas. We need to diversify, and it needs to be liquefied here with throughout the city, smaller homes. So thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. And with that, I look forward to turn it over to Chair Suma, Planning and Transportation. And then I invite council members to join me at the public seating area. Thank you. Do you want to make any?
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Planning Commission and Transportation Commission portion of this meeting. I would like to suggest, since we've been going at this for a little while, if it's okay with my colleagues, take a quick break just to refresh ourselves, and then we'll come back. Is that okay with everyone? Like 7 minutes? Is that okay? Okay, great. Thank you. And then we'll get started. Everybody ready? You guys, staff, are you ready? Okay. Hello out there. Let's bring it back to the Planning Commission. We're gonna get started. So restarted. So, okay, I'll turn this off. Why is it not even? Okay, no sound. Okay. So, good evening and welcome again to the Planning Commission portion of the evening. And I want to thank all the members of the public that spoke. And though it's been said many times tonight, I really do want to thank staff and the working group for this, for their work on this the last 2 years. It was a tremendous effort that went really quickly and smoothly. And though some of us may not be happy with all of the elements that are in our housing element, it is something that we have to do to comply with state law. So we're going to do it and hopefully we'll get it done tonight. For my colleagues, I envision kind of we've seen this so many times, except for our newest commissioners, that I'm not going to ask us to go down a list and opine on every subject. I'm just going to open it up for another clarification, see if people have questions, and kind of just let you talk about the portions of this that you need to talk about this evening. Does that sound okay with everyone? Okay. Okay, so that said, let's get started and we will have one round of clarifying questions. So you can light up the board if people still have questions. I was going to do a round of questions first, if we still have questions. If we don't have questions still, we asked quite a few in the earlier portion. We can go right to discussion. Do we still have?
Yeah, I have one clarifying question. So how do you suggest we structure for the two action items that staff has asked us to do?
That's
Should we
true. I should have-
discuss those in turn or take them together?
So just to remind all of us that what we are considering is the final environmental report. And then basically the red line changes to the housing element itself and whether or not we should recommend to council that they adopt that. I envision that to be part of the process I mentioned earlier. We'll just speak to the items that we're interested in rather than going through everything one by one, because we have discussed it as a body so many times and the council has to get back on here tonight. And I just think that we can get it done quickly, but still be pretty thorough. Does that answer your question, sort of?
Yeah.
Okay. So I see one light from Commissioner Heckman.
I was just going to point out in that process, which I agree with, let's all talk about what we want to talk about. But at the end of the process, I think we can make our recommendations. I think we should make our recommendations separately. First, make the recommendation on the addendum and then make the recommendation on the housing element.
That would be fine. We'll take a vote on each. Commissioner Chang?
So I just have a question because, and perhaps somebody can refresh my memory, but my understanding is that the EIR has not changed since we last saw it. And so I think we already voted on that. And so I don't know that we need to vote on it again, unless something in our discussion brings up questions about unless the red lines raise questions that we think impacts the addendum to the EIR. So that was, at least that's my thinking, and I'd appreciate the rest of the commission's thoughts as well as staff's opinion on this.
Staff?
Yeah, thank you. So I think there may have been some minor changes between what the PTC saw and what's presented here in terms of the addendum. Nothing, I don't believe, substantive, but just some additional clarifications or refinements. I do think the PTC did consider the addendum at its last meeting, and Assistant City Attorney Yang could tell me if I'm wrong about this. I don't know that you need a distinct motion for the addendum, but we do want you to certainly consider it in your, before you make your recommendation to council. Mr. Yang, is that right?
That's right. There doesn't need to be a motion or a recommendation on the addendum. It just needs to be something that you've thought about in this process.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind then when we get to the point when we are making motion. Any other thoughts? Okay, so I suggest we start out with clarifying questions. If there are none, we'll move right to our discussion. And I am not seeing any lights, so we'll go ahead and move to our discussion. So I will light up the board. Okay, Commissioner Chang.
Let's go quickly. So I just wanted to, again, really thank staff. Thank you, Director Late. Thank you, Mr. Wong. Thank you to all the many people I know behind the scenes who I don't get the pleasure of speaking with for all of your work. And especially with the analysis of land use controls that I now have the pleasure of reading. I think it is amazing. We had heard about it on the PTC ad hoc when we were hearing about the process that staff was going through with some consultants. And I think it really speaks, I think it makes a really convincing case for how the work and that you've done and how the work that we've all done putting together this list of sites is actually going to that these housing sites really can generate housing. So I found that really impressive. And similarly, I really appreciated the additional data that you gave. Some examples of that are on page 4.9, where you provided some data on proposed development compared to units anticipated. And I really appreciated those numbers and examples that you provided. And there are a number of other examples sprinkled throughout. I think they really did address, directly addressed some of HCD's comments and provided the additional detail that was needed, that really bolstered kind of the generalities that you all knew based on your experience, but really gave some concrete examples. So thank you for that. And thank you for all the work. I know it's a lot of work to pull that all together. And then the second part of my comment is regarding what I really noticed as I was reading the staff report, and I guess this would be packet page 233, is that nearly half of the approximately 120 implementing objectives are proposed for completion by the end of 2025. And in my short term on the PTC, my short tenure on the PTC, I would estimate that I have spent quarter to a third of my time on the PTC looking at the housing element. Over the last less than 2 years, 2 years. I think it's going to be even more because we're not just planning for the housing element. Now we're going to be doing the housing element. And staff highlighted that it's going to be a significant staffing resource impact, especially now that things have been accelerated. And so this is, unfortunately, we do need to follow the law, but unfortunately, the requirement that we follow the law doesn't come with any money. And the staff time then by extension means budget. And the staffing and the budget therefore implies changes in prioritization. So I implore our city council to please be realistic here. And that if we really do adopt this housing element, we might need to therefore change our prioritization on a whole bunch of other things. And I think that's going to be really, it's just unpleasant, right? Because it means that we'll probably have to not do things that we would probably really rather do. And so it's going to result in some hard choices that are not kind of imposed upon us by our duty to follow the law. Otherwise, and I think that we on the Planning Commission have already seen an example of the impact because staff had to turn around this housing element really rapidly since the comments were received back on March 23rd. And we had a couple PTC meetings where there wasn't anything that was ready to be brought to us, I think, because staff was working so hard on this. So we've already felt the impact in the last month or so. And I think we as a city are probably going to feel the impact. And so let's please make sure that we don't bite off more than we can chew and are realistic about realistic about what we can actually achieve. And then this doesn't even begin to include things that we know we need to do as a result of the housing, that we're planning for. So those 2,000-ish units that are in South Palo Alto, we all keep talking about the need to plan for that and the need for transportation, the need for services and the need for schools. But none of that is actually necessarily in all these programs, but that does need to be done too. And that's a tremendous amount of staff resources too. So there's got to be some like accounting and reprioritization as a result of this housing element. That's it for my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Those are very thoughtful comments. And we will go to Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you so much, Chair. I really appreciated the Vice Chair's comments as well. We do need to make sure that implementing this element doesn't disproportionately impact the quality of life of certain neighborhoods. I wanted to go back to my comment about fees, and I really appreciate Commissioner Heckman pointing me to the list of fees. I knew I had seen it, but I could not retain it all in my brain at once. So I'm looking back through it, and I don't know to how valuable this is in terms of our element being adopted, but if you do get pushback on this, and especially I'm concerned about your comments and comments I've heard in the community about the difficulty of building the affordable housing that we've outlined here. I've been trying to understand how other communities are approaching this. And so I want to share it with you, whether or not we want to do anything about it now, or maybe sometime in the future. That's up to you guys in council. But I don't know that, maybe it's in here and I missed it, but I don't know that we've really addressed vacant lots and the role of people that are holding on to properties for an investment purpose and not a housing purpose. But some communities, and I think it was somewhere in the Pacific Northwest, have started to assess fees on vacant properties and vacant homes that are vacant for an extremely long period of time. And that has generated a tremendous amount of money for affordable housing purposes. So if we're getting any pushback at all on, can we implement it? Where are we going to have the funds? Those kinds of things. I just wanted to throw that out there as something to have in your back pocket about making sure that the land that is being used for investment purposes also helps alleviate the problem that they're causing by keeping those off the market. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think you're talking about considering a vacancy tax, which is not really on our agenda. So I don't know if it's.
I'm only asking if they considered it in this list. I didn't see it in this list.
Oh, okay.
So, but I agree. If we were going to discuss it, we'd have to agendize it. You're right.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. And then we will go to Commissioner Liu.
Thank you. Yeah, I just shout out that I was also thinking of the potential of the vacancy tax and whether that could fit into any of the programs here. So would be curious if there was previous consideration or any thoughts there. Sorry. So I had a few questions, mainly for staff, and a few potential suggestions on some of the programs. Firstly, though, before we get to that, I'm curious about staff's opinions on some of the points that Palo Alto Forward discussed about the feasibility, the HIP, timelines, and non-vacant sites, and whether we think that this really affects the viability of the housing element as is for HCD.
Thank you, Commissioner Liu, for that. And thank you, Palo Alto Forward, for articulating those concerns and for meeting with us also to just talk about the housing element. There were a few points that were raised. I think the first one, there was a chart, a diagram talking about financial feasibility and a table with a bunch of projects, and they were PHC reference projects. And so I think there was the point there, or one of the points that was, I think, trying to be made is that we have applications that have been filed that have not been built. They've been filed for a pre-screening, but most of them have not been converted into a planning entitlement, and to date, none of them converted into building permits. And those projects reflected a certain height and density and parking, any number of changes. And if you recall, the planned home zoning program did anticipate a number of revisions to development standards in order to achieve certain city interests. And one of those had to do with affordable housing. So PHZ applications, by their nature, required a higher percentage of inclusionary housing. It extended that requirement not just to ownership units, but also rental units. And it had a deeper level of affordability than our code allows today. So when we increase the percentage and we increase the degree of affordability, we can naturally expect that there's going to be deeper or greater asks of our development standards than our current zoning provides. So I think that's in part provides some information as to why those FARs and those heights were beyond our code. I will note that the housing element also does include specific policies to increase density in many of our districts, and that we do have specific regulations to address some constraints that we've noted through some of our initial analysis, doing pro forma analysis for construction. There's the programs that relate to the housing incentive program. We've talked about this. The HIP, understand there hasn't been, as much result on that than we were anticipating. And so this is exactly what you do. You establish a set of regulations and you see if it's working. And I think we've got enough data now that tells us that if we want to continue to use this program, we need to make some changes. And that's what's being proposed in this housing element. We want to, and this is additive, right? This is not required for RENA. This is something that is an extension of our housing production interests. And we would envision that the incentives that the city would authorize under this program would be much more attractive than a development under state density bonus. So we see that as a net positive. There was a comment about, and Brennan, I'll just, from our consultant team, from Rincon Consulting, I'll tee you up here now in a moment for a conversation on financial feasibility. But before we get to that, I want to note the timelines. And we talked a little bit about this too with the objective standards, but I want to go on to also articulate some changes that are included in the housing element. A change that we've implemented this year, which is to get housing projects to the Architecture Review Board within 60 days of application submittal. This is a big change. Ordinarily, we would not send a project to the Architecture Review Board until it has gone through a internal process and the applicant has revised its plans 2 or 3 times before sending it to the Architecture Review Board. This takes the original plan set sends it to the Architecture Review Board, gets initial feedback, and we would envision streamlines the application review process. And then you'll also recall that there's a program in the housing element that stipulates for housing projects that we would reduce the number of Architecture Review Board meetings from the existing code standard of 3 meetings per project to 2 for a housing project. So we do think there are a number of components of our of the housing element that would address that. We're certainly welcome to hear if there's other additional recommendations that the commission may have on that issue. Let me ask, because the other point that Palo Alto Forward had addressed was about financial feasibility of projects. And so, Brenda, can I ask you to speak to that issue?
Sure. I'll talk a little bit and then may ask Veronica Tam to come on and see if she can follow this up. But really what we look at when it comes to site inventories is and particularly for sites that are suitable for low income development, we're really looking at the density to plan ahead for what could be constructed there. So we're using density. We're basing feasibility on the base density and what could be achieved. A couple other factors come into play. I spoke a little bit earlier about what we've seen developed, densities that we see achieved, that comes into play there. But really, the analysis that we do takes a look at the parcel and what the density could be realized on that site. We aren't under obligation to ensure that the parcel is financially feasible. It's just that it could be developed under that density. That's what HCD uses for their feasibility analysis. Veronica, anything else you want to add?
Yeah, just want to kind of want to emphasize that no density would make a project financially feasible as affordable housing, because developers are not obligated to build affordable housing. So density alone is not the reason why you would get affordable housing. And what the default density that we keep hearing from the state is that at a certain density, you'll be able to get subsidies that are reasonable, that you will be, most affordable housing projects are being built with some kind of public funding. The most typical funding is the low-income housing tax credit. And for projects that would be able to successfully get some kind of funding from the state or from the federal government is that you need to have a certain density in order to get to it, to get to the number of units. And then at that kind of density, the amount of subsidies would not be prohibitive. And I think that's what the state is using a default density for. We are not, when it comes to the identifying the sites inventory, identifying sites that you can build affordable housing, it's the understanding that you will not be able to just use density alone and build affordable housing with no public funding at all. So whether that would be something that's reasonable.
Yeah, got it. I think that answers my question, basically just framing it as we think that the assumptions are reasonable, and we think HCD will also not raise further objections or complications based off of those points. I had a few other questions on specific programs. So on program 1.5, Stanford University lands, the timeline was shifted up, which I think is great, to initiate conversations with Stanford, Simon Properties, and other stakeholders by December 31st, 2025. I guess I wanted some context on what it means to initiate a conversation and whether that timeline could actually be more aggressive. I know that a lot of folks are very interested and potentially excited about housing in the research park and shopping center.
And so that's on page 510, program 1.5, and letter B is what you're referring to. I think it is
as it states, initiate conversations. That means us, reaching out to Stanford and Simon Properties and talking about a future, our future interest for housing at those locations. And that's what we're committing to there. And again, this is really kind of a focus on the next, cycle 7 RENA cycle, as opposed to the current one that we're in.
Okay, got it. So we, I guess implicitly aren't thinking of any scope for any changes down the line with this cycle
I think we're
on Stanford lands beyond the sites that are already, besides the Stanford sites that are already identified.
That's correct for this site, for cycle 6.
Okay. All right. I guess, okay, I also had a question on program 310, which, let me pull up the page number. The conversion of commercial uses to mixed use developments, which I think is mainly talking about downtown, Calab, El Camino, things like that, and how to build housing more aggressively there. I guess, first of all, I would also just echo member Bert's point that we could potentially have some scope for looking into office to housing conversions in this program. And I guess the bigger question here is, how do we think about spot zoning along El Camino in particular? Like in the current housing element, it seems like we're just doing a lot of spot zoning up and down El Camino for a bunch of specific sites. Have we considered just trying to zone that strip more consistently, or what are some of the trade-offs or thoughts there?
Okay, so the question's about El Camino and are you the changes that you're referring to, are you looking at that from a site inventory perspective, or are you looking at it from a development standard perspective? When you say spot zoning,
I guess from a site inventory perspective, in that I'm looking at a map here. I don't actually have the figure number, but there are a number of sites up and down El Camino that we've identified, and that we've also identified as sites for upzoning, right?
Okay.
And if we have a general interest in upzoning along El Camino, it makes sense to me that having some consistent upzone along all of El Camino or all of the Calab area or all of the downtown would actually help incentivize housing and remove uncertainty and give us flexibility for developments that might emerge a year or two or multiple years down the line. And so I'm curious why whether we're committed to the spot zoning approach along El Camino or some other areas, or whether there was interest or consideration of like broader upzoning along that strip as part of the site inventory.
Yeah, no, I think I understand your question now. And I will say, I don't look at it through that same lens of spot zoning, and we can have another conversation about that. That in and of itself is not an impermissible form of zoning, provided there are certain findings that are made. But what you're looking at is a sort of a patchwork of opportunity sites along El Camino. And this goes back to the analysis that we've done for the non-vacant land to understand the improvement to land ratio, the square footage that's out there, the age of building, the development potential that exists. And it's not uniform because sites are developed in, at different times and different sizes. Some of the sites that are identified as upzoning are carryover sites that from the cycle 5. And if we are going to use those, the state tells us that we need to upzone those. I will note that along El Camino, for instance, many of the properties along El Camino actually do not have a density restriction. There will be floor area standards that are fairly similar between districts, height regulations, and so forth. All that is, so that explains why you see what you see. But certainly the city could, and I think the council has signaled an interest in this too. Recently, they've talked about coordinated area plans, and El Camino was identified as one of the areas that is of an interest to explore. I do think that there might be some other areas that we may want to prioritize before we looked at El Camino. But no objection to the concept that you're proposing. It's just not specifically included in this housing element.
Okay, one last question before, at least for now. And this is an SB9 question, I guess. So we spoke a lot about the movement from 800 to 1200. I think this makes sense to me. I understand the intention of going to 1200 as well. Would it be, so going to 1200 will hopefully develop 40 net new units. Have we thought about like going higher than 1200 and whether that would have a practical impact on developing more units?
So again, I think what we're looking at initially was the existing floor area that exists for the R1 zoning. And so you sort of back into the calculation a little bit. There's nothing particularly magical about 1200. But we begin to see larger units and more bedrooms as sort of the incentive for that. If the commission, this will require a code change to implement, and that will come before the Planning and Transportation Commission. And we certainly could explore some other increases in floor area at that time.
Okay, cool. So it could like read theoretically 800 to 1200 plus, and then the plus is just something that we can figure out later.
It could be. I think what we're setting forth here is the program, and then of course, we just would want to back that up with our analysis and recommendations and understand how that aligns with the program.
Cool. Thank you.
Commissioner Heckman. No, Rectal. Okay, sorry. It's hard to tell. I apologize in advance for all the mistakes.
Okay, yeah. HCD seems very interested in AFFH, which is understandably so. But that's a really hard subject, right? The easiest way to get affordable housing is just to subsidize it. But if we have to subsidize every unit that we're required to build for affordable housing, we don't have enough money for that. So we have to find other ways of encouraging low-income people to live in Palo Alto. Is there a way to mandate Section 8? For example, say any apartment complex with more than 20 units has to accept Section 8. Would that be legal?
So let's ask Mr. Yang if he can join us on that.
Yeah. So I believe all apartments cannot turn down an applicant based on participation in Section 8, but there's I don't think we can mandate that they offer a particular level of rent. Certainly outside of sort of like the standard provisions of rent control ordinance. That
the hurdle is that in order to accept Section 8, you have to have rent in a certain category, certain threshold.
So I'm not well versed in the details of the Section 8 program.
Okay.
If I could just jump in, yeah. With Section 8, they have what are known as fair market rents, which set maximum rents at a certain level, which Section 8 certificates will pay for. However, Palo Alto rents generally exceed the fair market rent set by HUD. Therefore, they can't use certificates in Palo Alto because it won't cover the market rate rents.
And they don't scale by zip code or anything like that.
Nothing like that. I think it's county based. Therefore, we would have to require the landlord to lower the rents to accept a Section 8 certificate. So.
Okay. And the low income tax credit was mentioned. Is that require some subsidy from the city, or is that something that people can qualify for, or that landlords can qualify for without a city subsidy?
Generally, for low-income housing tax credits, it's on a competitive basis through the state, and so a public subsidy helps increase its competitiveness during the application processing or evaluation.
But it's not required necessarily.
It's not required, but generally to have a competitive application.
Okay. Yeah, are there other ways that we can, without subsidizing directly from the city, encourage moderate people to come live in Palo Alto? Are there any other government programs, any state programs?
Not that I'm aware of for moderate income renters, but to be honest, have not really looked into that area either.
Okay. One program we do have is that right now, if you're a low-income resident, you get 25% off your utilities. Right? That's a subsidy that's going directly to low-income residents. Would that be significant enough to claim that as a housing program? We're making it more feasible for low-income people to live in Palo Alto.
So we could explore that. I don't know if Ms. Tam has a perspective or, on that. That's an existing city program that we have through our city utility service. I guess we could talk about that. We can include some language in that in the housing element.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much more it's going to move the needle for HCD, but maybe it's a data point worth adding.
It's something, right? Other cities aren't doing that. This is money that's coming straight out of the city's pocket. We have our own utility. Mountain View doesn't have their own utility.
Yep.
So, okay. Again, the other aspect of AFFH is race. And, in the housing element, one of the women said that, being a Black person in Palo Alto can be pretty lonely. She said, it's not that people aren't nice. It's just, you're the only one. And so is the shortage of Blacks in Palo Alto. And for example, if you look at on the red line version, pages 2.6 and 2.7, and it shows the different races. And in those figures, if you really have to squint to find the line that corresponds to Black. And so you can see what she's saying is that, when her kids are in school, there's 1 or 2 Black kids in the class. And so Council Member Burt, a couple of months ago, asked whether we could give subsidies to historically disadvantaged or historically discriminated against groups. Was that legal?
So I'll note that's a program 6.7, is it D, if I'm remembering correctly? We have a program to study that.
Oh, study that. Okay.
Yeah. We've not done any work on that to date.
We do believe it's legal. There's no reason that we couldn't do it.
It's going to be part of studying it and that will be part of studying it and how it can be set up to be legal.
Okay. But your opinion is that it would prove to be legal?
We need to look at it.
Okay. Okay. Okay, and then finally, let's talk about the park funding. It really kind of feels wrong to, when you have a housing shortage, to charge a big fee for parks. Charge a fee for housing, you're going to discourage housing. But the other option is either don't build the parks, which is even worse. These new residents, our new neighbors who are coming in, they deserve the same parks that we do. Or the other option is to say, well, the general fund has to pay for these parks. And general fund only has so much money. I'd rather have them spend that money subsidizing affordable housing than subsidizing market rate housing. Because these park fees, they're not charged to affordable housing. It's only a market rate fee. So when this big fee for the parks is only affecting market rate housing. And our production market rate has been pretty good. But that said, if you look at the, on page 468 in the red line version, just the way we describe it, we're salesmen here. We're trying to tell HCD, this is why you should approve it. And we're like giving ammo to the other side, just the way it was phrased. So let's go to 468. 1 second. Okay, 468. Yeah, and so it cites a study in Santa Clara County that includes Gilroy and San Jose, and saying, well, they charge less park fees. Well, office space in Palo Alto is twice as expensive per square foot as in San Jose. So the land's gonna be more expensive. Buying land for a park is gonna be more expensive. Comparing us to Gilroy, it's almost 4 times more expensive to rent an office space in Palo Alto. So we really didn't put our best foot forward on this part of we're describing why we're charging this parkland fee. In fact, you're
Commissioner, can you just speak closer to your mic, please?
sorry. So in fact, we're bringing up spurious data points. They're apples and oranges that are undermining our argument that we're pro-housing. And that this is actually saying here, no, we're anti-housing. And it's not that we're anti-housing, it's we're pro-park. And the uncomfortable fact is that parks require land, and land is really expensive in Palo Alto. And if you look, the nexus study, state law requires a nexus study. We used $6.5 million per acre. That was the land acquisition cost we assumed. You can't buy anything in Palo Alto for 6.5. That was a really conservative number. Los Altos uses 11 million in their nexus study. We use 6.5. For example, the Pizza Chicago site that was sold, it was a tear down, sold for $21.5 million per acre 4 years ago. And that's typical. And so we're talking the amount that we calculated in that nexus study was maybe 1/3 of the market value for the land acquisition costs. So it's not that we have our thumb on the scale. Actually, we're pushing up on the scale. It's not as the park acquisition fees should actually be higher, and we're not charging as much as we probably should. And then, if you look at the back,
Should we
Okay.
come back to you?
oh no,
Or are
well,
you?
anyway,
I'm a little concerned about the sad look on the faces of our council as
Okay.
we
So-
spend a lot of time.
Okay, but I mean, the end point is that whole section, I think, has the wrong tone to it. The wrong tone that we are charging inappropriate fees, and that's necessarily the case. It's really the fact that land is expensive in Palo Alto and parks takes a lot of land.
Okay, so if the commission, if your fellow commissioners agree that that's a section, and I think you're talking about page 468, that if that requires some adjustment, we're happy to do that. I will note, we have a program 3.1 that 3.1B that has us taking a look at doing an economic feasibility study to analyze the implications of the park fee. We've heard from developers that the park fee is high in Palo Alto. And I understand that is relative to maybe the cost of producing parks, but I think herein is the balancing question of.
So when is this park fee due? Is it due when you file the permit? Is it due when you occupy the
pole building permit?
Is there a way that we could delay that and say it's spread once you have occupancy?
I think the code does provide for some spread of payment, but I'm not 100% sure.
Could we spread it over the next 3 years to help the cash flow?
I'd have to take a look at the standard, and Mr. Yang, I don't know if you have some thoughts on that.
Sure. Yeah, the code does allow it to be deferred until occupancy of the units. But I guess I would like to make one comment overall about that analysis. It's in the section of our housing element that identifies potential constraints to housing, and our obligation in that section is to discuss things that might constrain the production of housing. It's not a comment on whether it's noble or not to have that, or if that fee is supportable. It's just about whether or not it could constrain the production of housing.
You could state that it could, but you just give one side, and there really is not just one side. It is a balancing act. Like I said, it just feels wrong to charge a fee on housing when you have a housing shortage, but it feels even more wrong not to build the parks. And so you need to discuss both sides, or you're taking stuff out of context.
If I may interject, I think given the section that this is in, this is one of those items that as we try to slog through all these millions of changes, we'll come back to probably Planning Commission and ultimately the council. Is that correct? This is one of those things. This is not written in stone tonight.
Yeah, no, this is not that I'm trying to change policy. It's just that we're submitting a document that's putting our worst foot forward. It's making us look worse than we really are. Marketing aspect.
I hear the perspective. I don't know that I share it. Because again, as Assistant City Attorney Yang noted, we have an obligation to identify constraints. And we know that this is a comment that's come up from the public, that this is something that we need to take a look at. So here's our fee. This is what we charge. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to take a look at this to see if it is an impediment. There's a legitimate study and analysis that needs to take place to answer that question, separate and apart from the comments that you're mentioning about whether it's the right fee or not.
But so I think that also we should remember that when we think about this proposed fee constraint came from people paying the fee, not residents who benefit from us having a larger park fund to acquire new land from. But my question was, I think this falls into the category of things we're going to have to work on and finalize in the coming year or two, as HCD would like us to, is so that I don't think we're going to come to a conclusion this evening on it. But I totally appreciate your concerns. And when it comes to motion making, you might want to call that out as something that is particularly unwelcome as stated. Okay. Is that a good solution?
No, I understand we have schedule constraints, but we also are trying to convince HCD that we have a good element, and this section is degrading it and inaccurately degrading it. So
I don't believe so. I think we're being honest with the fact that this is a possible constraint to housing. It just is. It's a big fee. We need to study it. And that's not passing judgment on whether, it's the right fee amount or, how we're tipping the scale. It's a possible constraint that we need to study.
Okay, fair enough. Let's move on.
Okay. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments, and it is a good discussion we should have in the future on what these fees should be and how to make sure that we're protecting parkland. It's I think what's before us today is not to modify that, but to reflect what's existing. And that's the only way we're going to get through it, because there's everything here we want to optimize. And to the chair's point, for the council, we're such nerds. We love this stuff. I apologize. I'm sure we all want it to be done faster, but there's, you can see our passion.
The reason I bring it up is it was brought out specifically in the HCD letter. And it bothers HCD. And if we leave this out there, it'll come back again.
I don't know if it's within the scope of tonight, though, and really that's up to the staff, and this sounds like they're saying it's not, but we should, you're right, we should discuss it and try and improve it. I also just wanted to appreciate that you brought up some comments about racial and ethnic diversity and economic diversity. And I just want to go on the record that to clarify some comments that could probably have been taken out of context or the wrong way. I think we all know that anybody of any ethnicity can have high, medium, and low income, and not a particular group. So just want to make sure, because they were said together, but I think you meant as separate things.
No, yeah, it was totally separate.
Yeah, just wanted to clarify, because I think it would be possible for someone to inadvertently construe it in a different way than you intended. So, and I think you also, this was very subliminal, but you were talking about the redlined version of our document, but redlining, as we know, is a major constraint to the diversity, historical diversity in Palo Alto. And I don't think we can address it specifically in the housing element, but it's worth noting here that that's something that is historical, that we really actively are pursuing, undoing some of that diversity we lost with the redlining. So just to clarify, so nobody gets concerned about what we meant there. So that was the extent of my comment. Thank you.
Commissioner Aiken?
First, I wanted to thank staff for the responses to all of my written questions from last week, which is partly why I'm quiet tonight. But that leads me on to the next point, which is you've convinced me that this is a solid piece of work, and I believe it addresses the state's concerns in good faith. So I, for one, am pretty satisfied with how this is going. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you, Chair. So I think the council recognizes that the PTC does not use that same 5-minute protocol that has gained favor at the council, but maybe we should think about it from time to time, particularly in joint meetings. I guess I want to start. We all know that the big news here is the HCD has tripled our unit requirement from roughly 2,000 to 6,000, and we have to have a housing element that addresses how we're going to do it. What maybe gets less news is that the contents of the housing element have changed dramatically since our last housing element, the fifth cycle, and that we're compelled to do that work really without a template, because to some extent, and this is, I guess, my opinion, the HCD is in some ways making it up as they go along. And we don't know what they're going to make up until we get a letter from them. And so we are in this reactive mode, and the PTC looked at the draft housing element on March 8th, right? March 23rd, HCD letter came in. Now it's 6 weeks later, and we have this amazing, remarkable rewrite in the red line that I mean, there's so much work went into that, and the matrix that was put together. And so I really just wanted to start by expressing appreciation, which we've heard from council members and commissioners, of this amazing effort, this Herculean effort by our planning staff, led by Mr. Wong, but with a tremendous supporting cast of staff members and consultants. Because I think it would have been very easy. It would not have surprised me if we weren't ready to go tonight, but we are. And that is really a benefit to the city of Palo Alto. So thank you to staff for that. I think that tonight, the most important thing that we need to accomplish, Planning Commission and Council, is to really end whatever potential exposure we have to the builder's remedy right now. And the way we do that is by adopting what we believe in good faith to be a substantially compliant housing element. And I'm hoping that's where we go tonight. I haven't heard any from my fellow commissioners, any substantial revisions that could delay that. Of course, I don't know what the council's comments will be and whether there will be something that can't be dealt with tonight or dealt with through a direct. I think I'm hoping that we approve it tonight and we start to apply it. And to the extent in applying it over the next year or two, we discover shortcomings, well, we've got up to 4 times a year to amend it. And that's the process I think we should follow. Let's get this done. Let's get it submitted to the HCD. I have considered the addendum, and I think it does adequately analyze the impacts of the delta of the 665 unit delta above what was analyzed in the 2017 EIR. And I think that the housing element with the revisions that the HCD has recommended and that staff has faithfully implemented in the draft, I think it adequately addresses those concerns and that the Planning Commission should be recommending approval. I will mention just one thing. In my read of the various changes, I saw a few grammatical errors and typos, and those are to be expected given the speed which this work was done. I would think that in a recommendation, we would want to give staff the flexibility as they go through this to clean up whatever they find, just so that staff doesn't get accused of making a change that was not authorized by the council. So those are my comments in less than 5 minutes. Thank you.
So interestingly, I'm seeing no more lights. And I kind of think that's because, as Commissioner Heckman just said, this isn't maybe we're not enthusiastic. We've seen this many, many times, except for our new commissioners. And for my part, I'm not very enthusiastic about this, but it is state law. It is a state law, a series of state laws and state requirements that I feel will hurt our community more than help it. That does not address the affordability problem in housing, that will be very deleterious to our environment. That being said, what are we supposed to do? We're not scofflaws. All taken oaths to uphold the state law. So I think that in my case, I have a lack of enthusiasm to downright disrespect in some ways for some of what the state has done, but I think it's inevitable. And I think some of this, as it comes back to us to iron out details for municipal code changes, we'll have to really talk about. I'm particularly concerned about air quality near the highway. I believe the state still has a law that restricts that. And I understand from reading the environmental review how we mitigate that, but it is a lesser way to live than people who don't live near the highway in this community. So I worry about, as some members of the public did, that we're creating kind of a second-class area in the city. And that is very troubling to me, and it will not be inexpensive. It might be less expensive than a house with a yard, but these are going to be houses with windows that can't be open more than a certain percentage of the time, because we all understand that highway pollution makes people sick. I would like to say that 83% entitlement from applications is actually lower than I think we normally experience in Palo Alto. We have a very good record. I've heard 90 and 95 from staff, senior staff planners before. And I think some of that is due to COVID and the financial institution and lending prices. One of the things for me that stands out also is the lack of contribution from Stanford, given that they are such a huge employer in the community. But we've been talking about this for years. So now we have to move on. I also am concerned about 6.3, which is the response to SB 9 and the new 1,200 square feet, but I think we'll iron out some of the details of that as we talk about changing the municipal code. And specifically, that data is based on census tracts, which don't correlate to neighborhoods, but we're going to talk about that later. And then I think the unfeasibility of some of the demands from the state and from HCD and RENA are also very, Commissioner Chang touched on this, but I think it's going to be devastating for our staff. I don't know how they will have the time and how we will have the money to do that. And I think it will hurt other things we want to do for people in this community. That being said, I don't see a way out of it. And so I just want to make those general comments because I don't think there's any point in rediscussing everything in detail this evening. And we'll have a chance as we go through the next year or so when these items come back to us as municipal code changes. So I'm wondering if my colleagues have any other comments or questions at this time. And if not, we will be looking for a motion and a second. So I would like to make a motion. Based on consideration of the addendum to the 2017 comp plan final EIR, I move a recommendation to the city council to adopt the resolution and attachment B adopting the 2023 to 31 housing element, but allowing leeway for staff to make appropriate cleanup changes. I'm going to need a second. Commissioner Heckman,
Second.
would you like to speak to your first? I think your motion, sorry. I think no, I don't think so. I think we just need to get this done. We've spoken about it for 2 years. Commissioner Heckman,
No additional comment.
would any other comments from my colleagues? Okay, then, Madam Clerk, I think you can conduct the vote.
Commissioner Templeton? Yes. Vice Chair Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Rectal?
Yes.
Commissioner Akin?
Yes.
Commissioner Hetchman?
Yes.
Chair Suma?
Yes.
Commissioner Liu?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great job, colleagues. And now I believe we are done with our portion. We're going to turn it over to our city council. Would the council like a little break or do you just want to get into it? Break? No break. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, everyone. Oh, and commissioners, if you can stay tonight, the staff would like there to be a quorum if you can stay. And if you can't, that's fine. And we can sit in the first 2 rows.
All right, it's back to council. Call it back in session. And I want to start off by just thanking staff for the work that they did, but also to PTC, to all the commissioners at Planning and Transportation for all the work that you have done over the last 2 years or maybe more. But thank you for your deliberations and for your recommendation. Okay, back to council. Feel free to start it up. And I see first person. Thank you. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have the pleasure of being a homeowner who lives within 500 feet of First Congregational Church, one of almost 300 properties listed on our housing site index, and the good fortune of providing legal advice to Stanford University on life science patents. Because of those two things, I have sought and received guidance from the FPPC and the city that I should recuse myself from the first portion of the housing element discussion related to those property owners. So I will recuse myself now.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Vinker. And so I will defer to the city attorney for your comments and
Sure.
instructions. Thank you.
Sure. So for council members who haven't gone through this before, this procedure is called segmentation, and it is available in the law. And in this particular case, we actually got specific authorization from the FPPC for Councilmember Vinker and for the whole council to do it in this way. So this is a multi-part decision that you have before you. You have many sites, you have many programs. And so Councilmember Vinker has what is called a conflict of interest under the law that requires recusal on a part of it. And so you have to do that part first while she is recused. So you're now going to discuss a handful of things under the housing element. This feels a little bit like taking the small thing first when what your instinct is to talk about the big thing first, but this is how the law requires it to be done. So you can discuss the First Congregational Church, which is one of the churches where it's on the list for potential housing in a parking lot. And also the Stanford related items, which are a couple of sites and a programmatic mention as well. It may be that this part of the discussion is very brief. That is fine. You do need to discuss those issues and come to a full resolution of how you will approach them. Then Councilmember Vinker can regain her time on the dais and you can discuss the whole rest of the housing element. You cannot revisit and reopen the Stanford items at that point. So it's not like a parking lot where you can go back and forth. You need to discuss and resolve the Stanford items in the First Congregational Church. Then she'll come back, you'll do the whole rest of the discussion, and there's a vote at the end, presumably. It's a staff recommendation anyway, and your PTC's recommendation to approve the housing element tonight, and she can participate in that as well. Any questions?
Council members, any questions? I don't see any questions.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much for the explanation and direction. All right, so we're limiting it to Stanford as well as discussion. Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, I would just comment that relative to where we are right now in the housing element, that the issue of Stanford is at least in abeyance, if not closed. I'm just in terms of changing any quantities for the housing element, but I'm still optimistic that going forward, we can have a dialogue with them, and whether it's the next housing element or with any luck in the current housing element, that could change in the next 8 years. And I would hope that discussion is very active on multiple fronts with Stanford so that they can contribute more than they have. But relative to the approval of this one, I wouldn't be I don't think we should have a lot of discussion on changing any of their unit quantities, for example. That's all. Thanks.
Councilmember Burt.
Well, I'd just like to follow on to Councilmember Lowing's comments. Director Late, I don't know if you caught all of it, but it was really along the issue of Stanford sites. And I had heard when you were addressing this with the Planning Commission, kind of referring to those sections, really looking at the seventh housing element. And I also believe that as we go through the sixth cycle, we will have adjustments to sites along the way. And I want to make sure that Stanford locations are clearly on the drawing board as prospective adjustment sites. So I'm not sure if the language in any way needs to be adjusted to reflect that intention, or that if maybe intention is further than we are right now, but that those are areas that we intend to be exploring in the coming few years, along with as we had this discussion, I guess, last fall about housing sites and whether the two downtowns and the El Camino corridor should also have had a greater emphasis in the site inventory. We agreed that we needed to proceed with the sites we've identified, but I want to make sure that wherever appropriate, we aren't precluding ourselves, and in fact, we are recognizing that we intend to explore these other sites within this housing element period. So Director Late, any feedback on that?
Yes, thank you, Council Member. Nothing in our actions here would preclude a further examination of that issue as you've described it. I believe that there are sufficient mechanisms in place now between the formation of work plans and the council's recently appointed housing ad hoc committee, where there's opportunities for that dialogue to take place.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, if not, I'd like to find out something with regards to the congregation, the First Congregational Church. How is notification provided to the next door neighbors, given that it is located in a low density area? Has notifications been provided? It's just been identified as a site, but has there been communications to the neighbors that there's potential use of that site?
So I don't believe we've done any site-specific notification other than the general notification that we have here. Of course, any change that we do make would require a zoning text change, and the code does provide a process for sending notices at that time.
So mainly the notifications is through the PTC discussion, through the discussions over here, listing it on the housing site, on the HE.
Yeah, and
on
all
the
of the
website and all of that.
working group meetings that we've had as well is another area where we've talked about it at least.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any more questions, so I would say that we are concluding this discussion, and we realize that we can't bring this back up again. So, and I still don't see any lights. So, okay, yes, if you don't mind calling Councilmember Vinker back. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Lowing, and welcome back. Okay, now we can go ahead and continue discussion and questions. We will go through 2 rounds of questions and comments. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks for letting us know about the 2 rounds. I'll just kind of break it up here. So first, do we have any data to support the idea that our proposed middle housing program in program 6.3 would actually lead to better affordability that would then result in decreased RCAAs?
I don't believe we do. Mr. Yang, I know you've done some work in this area here. Did you have any information?
No, I think there is a general study that's been done on ADUs, which are in a similar size range to the units that we are contemplating in this program, that they do tend to be more affordable. So, that there's limited data out there.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess I'd use the term maybe less expensive, not more affordable. And I don't knock staff. I think we're simply playing by the rules that the state has created, and I think this does look good on paper. I do think it's less expensive than a single family home, and how many times do we have to see evidence in Palo Alto that just because a unit is smaller, does it then make it affordable, especially for these lower AMI groups? So appreciate that. Let's see. On page 3-8 talks about ABAG's technical memo, and I guess this kind of goes back to these assumptions that is inherent in the law and how HCD approaches these things. But it says ADUs are assumed to have a significant percentage being used for low income residents. So I guess my question, is there anything, and I was looking through our kind of our affordable housing toolkit that we've identified here. Is there anything in there that requires ADUs or can require ADUs to be deed restricted for BMR?
Nothing in our programs that are before you tonight.
Okay. And I know I brought this question up several times in the past. I think the answer is always, well, we kind of got to get back to you on this, but are we able to require BMR thresholds on private ADUs in certain circumstances?
Mr. Yang?
So we can certainly offer it as an incentive. And that's something actually that the PTC and staff looked into and will be a part of the ADU item that's coming to you next week. The kind of short result of that work in working with Alta Housing was that Alta Housing did not think that it was a good use of city resources or of their resources to administer that type of program.
Okay. But I guess regardless, under the state's logic, it doesn't matter because a percentage of these ADUs are going to be assumed to be very low income, et cetera.
That's right.
Okay. Which again kind of comes to the absurdity of this entire process. I mean, we all know none of these ADUs on the market are going to be for very low or low income people. And I think the vast majority of them, and I think a study on this would be great. And maybe we'll be able to do this one day, but I would think the vast majority of our BMRs would be in that above moderate income range. I mean, I personally looked at BMRs on the market; they are far beyond what I can afford, and I think a lot of people in Palo Alto are like that as well. And just final question, and this gets to what I think Commissioner Chang was discussing, and I don't expect an answer, but it'd be interesting to be able to see it when we kind of look back on this process. Do we have an estimate on how much this entire housing element process has cost the city?
No, we don't have that.
Okay. I would imagine a lot. And so
I could tell you there's a lot of hours that we've put into it.
I would think so. And I always would be just curious what those resources could have been spent on true housing production. Maybe not, but I think it'd be helpful to be able to see that number sometime to reflect. But regardless, really big thanks to staff. When we started this process a couple of years ago, I thought this was going to be an impossibility. And thanks to staff's work and our working group and the ad hoc and really just countless hours or we're finally here. So I appreciate it. I have a couple more comments and questions on the next round. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you. I would be absolutely remiss if I didn't join everyone in saying thanks, because I was involved 2 years ago in the Housing Element Working Group in that very first meeting where we got together and said, what's this Tim guy going to tell us to do and how do we get this done? And then reporting back to the Council Ad Hoc Committee when we actually found 6,000 units that we believed in, and that relieved them for a long time. And but it's really just been remarkable work by staff, Tim, John, Claire, so many people there, and the working group and the public and the PTC, clear team effort. I think the turnaround that you did seemed excruciating because it took a whole 6 weeks or something like that. But I'm teasing. I think what you came back with was very high quality work. You answered very specifically exactly the questions that are being asked by HCD to the best of our ability. And I think that's in good shape. I'll come back and make some other comments on that. I also want to pick up what my original question I was going to ask during clarifying questions and decided to hold it has been now mentioned a couple of times, but HCD now wants the projects implemented sooner than was granted. And you correctly say that this presents a significant staffing resource. You're going to request budget dollars now, either consultants or people, because 60% of the implementing objectives are supposed to be completed in 2 years. So I'm just giving you a public opportunity to also ask for more funding, but also to ask you a question of by definition, there's ramp up time of finding people, getting them up to speed and so on. And is that a constraint to us getting implementation done? We know it's a constraint to other things you have to do, as 2 commissioners mentioned. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to speak to that. What's practical here in regards to staffing? Yeah.
So thank you. Yeah, thank you for that question. This is something that we're working through now through the budget process, working with the finance committee. We've had some conversations about that. There's a lot of work that we have to do, and through a combination of staff resources, existing and positions that have been already authorized by the council but unfilled at this moment, and consultant resources, we'll take a stab at it. But again, as we mentioned in the finance committee, as you know, and we'll know in greater detail when you're taking on the budget, there's a lot of choices that need to be made, right? Finite resources. And so we balance our housing initiatives with other, important services that the city offers. So we'll do what we can, and we'll bring proposals forward to the council for consideration. There's certainly a lot here to digest, though.
Yeah, I mean, these are costs that are being incurred by the city that we're not asking for. Just as the cost of putting up affordable housing is. So you should be realistic and forthright about that, and just say what it's going to cost and what the alternatives are. So I'm sort of thanking you in advance for what your next 2 years are. I think one commission member said that this could be deleterious to quality of life in Palo Alto, and I know it's going to be deleterious to your quality of life in Palo Alto. So appreciation in advance on that. I want to ask you a question that's relative to implementation as well. Goal 5 says we need a broad breadth of housing diversity. In doing your modeling, you gave a couple of examples that were very interesting. Glad you're doing that. And on 4.34 and 4.35, you cite an example in a model of 16 townhomes where they, in the model, it's just a model, where they don't maximize the units on a parcel, which could be rezoned up to 30 units. So it's 4.34 and 4.35. So I have two-part question about that. And my question is basically, if we can't always get what we want in the housing element, I would like your advice on how we can get what we need. And the two-part question is first, in your model, I don't think you are, but I'm going to ask you the question. I don't think you're saying that we need to maximize units per acre on each parcel, because noting again, using your example, could be anything, but we also need some townhomes for families, and that doesn't need, can't even use 30 acres, 30 unit density. 16 is probably about right. So I don't think your goal, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think your goal is to say we should maximize the number of units on every new residential project.
Correct.
If we did, we would have micro units all over town, and that doesn't get us where we're going. And just to give you the second part of the question. So the cycle continues. Let's say we get to the 6th year of the cycle, and we're still missing, because this is the example, large family units. Land is owned privately, as we know, and as public comments tonight, we can't tell people what to build. To use another analogy, we're not a mall developer where we get to pick every tenant and say exactly where they go, big and small. So I guess the question is that, so we don't have micro units and really meet our needs. How do we do a better job of planning around all the needs we have, as opposed to just take whatever we get when we open the doors to housing? Because we don't want just the most profitable, which are probably those micro units. We have a lot of needs that the Housing Working Group and everybody else has identified. So planning, other than, multi-million-dollar area plans that take 3-6 years, we're going to have to do something else.
So, the one thing that we can do is be intentional about the zoning standards that we have and what kind of incentives we are offering for the type of housing product that we're interested in seeing built.
Right.
And larger family housing, does well, actually. 3 bedrooms or more, or what's our standard that we're looking for? 4?
3 or
Yeah, three or more. And that's a housing type that does well. And if we do that, that's a lower density than we may have envisioned for that particular area, which is why we do a realistic yield as opposed to the maximum yield. But if we're not getting what we want in the premise of your question, then we need to look at our incentives and see how we are encouraging that type of housing production.
Okay, I'll pause there, let someone else have the mic.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Well, I think first I'd like to follow on to Councilmember Lowing's question about these housing unit sizes. Now, refresh me, what's our higher end in unit density that we have currently?
We have an unlimited density for our commercial areas, but less than that. Is it 40 units per acre or?
Generally 40, but we have some 50 around the train stations.
So maybe since we have it unlimited in the commercial areas, tell me after I kind of frame this intention, whether we would need to have any adjustments. And that is, ever since we started really looking at the San Antonio corridor for significant portions of our housing, I've been concerned that, as others have, that that corridor represents a real barrier for children to go to school, to go to parks, for all those things. And as a result, if we're going to have housing density on that corridor, it should, in my mind, we should be looking to have high density, separating FAR from density, but high density on the southeast side, the far side of San Antonio, and a more moderate unit density with the same high FAR or whatever FAR we select on the northwest side, so that basically family-oriented housing is on the northwest side. Would that intention need any adjustments in our program or our element at this time? Or is that something we might want to defer, or what? How would we proceed if that was a consensus thinking?
I don't believe we make that distinction now. If that is an interest of council, that could be some guidance that we could receive tonight.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, well then I'll wait to hear whether colleagues share that sentiment. And then just in terms of, there were questions earlier on our funding for affordable housing, and I think the most significant thing we've done in a long while has been the business tax, with a third of those dollars, or about $3 million a year, to supplement our affordable housing fund, which it probably at least doubles our local contribution. Do we reference that in the report?
Yeah, the measure.
Okay.
Yeah, we do.
Thanks. And then, when I was hearing kind of the two perspectives on from Commissioner Rectal and yourself on that, literally we are in the segment that was being referred, we are answering the question about potential barriers or as a result of our park fees. I don't think these two things are mutually exclusive. And I think it would be helpful for HCD to read and have it reiterated to them about the extreme challenges that are presented in communities with exceptionally high land cost, whether it's to the cost of affordable housing or the parkland, or even simply the market rate developers of the housing. These are massive headwinds for a community like ours. And them understanding those dilemmas doesn't hurt in the broad context. And then lastly, in the past accomplishments section, is that really focused on just the last housing element? Is that the intention there? Nothing more broad than that?
No, it's focused on fifth cycle.
Okay. And lastly, thanks for noting during the PTC, this program 6.7D, which is that we would be exploring prospective preferences for historically disadvantaged populations. And, we've got a lot of ways that we talk about zoning having impacts, and there are very few ways that we can redress those past practices. I think this is one opportunity. If we can do it, it would really be significant. It hasn't been done to our knowledge in many places, if any, but I really think it could be meaningful. So thanks.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. First, I would like to comment on council members Bert's comments about San Antonio. He asked if other council members would agree with him with respect to having lower density in the Northwest area. And yes, I would agree with that. I also want to respond to a public speaker talking about the disproportionate amount of affordable housing in that area. And I think that while some should be there, it would be nice if we could redistribute some of that as well. But I want to ask questions on two topics. One, the speed of the expedition of the review process, but I want to go back to my questions about non-vacant sites just for continuity first. I really appreciated the answers from Attorney Yang. But I'm struggling because I did look at the, let me pull it up, at the guide that the public speaker spoke about on page 27, and I need to get it here. Okay. And so I'm confused and I need some help because we talked about Berkeley and using the ILRs and all of those things. And maybe you could help me on, I was just there. There's a reference in the housing element to certain factors it talks about, and I'm thinking that here we go. So on page 3-24, where we're talking about existing uses, and in the new material, the new paragraph, it says, while analyzing lease data is a way to demonstrate that a site may develop housing, the housing element has utilized a factor analysis to identify the sites that are most likely to produce housing. Is that what you were referring to earlier? Is that the ILR? The factor analysis there?
No, this is in reference to a specific comment that we should provide leases. And this is to show discontinuance of use. However, this is our response in regards to that comment.
Okay.
So, council member, if you, starting on page 321 through page 323, there is a, each underlined heading is a different factor that was used by staff. So improvement to land value ratio, that's ILR. Is existing use versus owned use. Next factor is age or structure. The next factor is FAR, et cetera. Those are all the factors that are part of the factor analysis.
I see. Thank you. So that factor analysis is what Berkeley used and got approved. And I'm struggling to square it with what I'm reading in the guide, the housing element guide from HCD on pages 27 and 28, as was noted by the speaker. And I care because on page 324, we talk about, sites currently being used for residential purposes make up only 2% of our site inventory. So this is pretty important that we feel good about these sites converting to housing. Can you help me? I'm looking at this. I don't know how to share it with you, but it does give several examples of substantial evidence. So to go back, I think we agree that if we have more than 50% non-vacant, that we have to it does trigger this presumption against us. And so we need to find substantial evidence that there's a likelihood that it will convert. Substantial is less than a preponderance. So don't need a ton. We don't have to tip the scale, but we have to have something good. And we've been talking about the trend analysis and the ILR and all these things. But when I read this guide, it talks about the examples being very specific. The lease for an existing use expires early. The building is dilapidated. On and on. And it says specifically the substantial evidence would indicate existing use will not impede further residential development, that non-vacant sites with differing existing uses and lacking in common ownership, whether continuous or located in the same general area, may not rely on a generalized analysis. So I'm struggling with which way to go here. So can somebody help me out?
Understood. I'd like to ask Veronica Tam or Brenna to respond.
Yeah, I guess. So Brenna, if you're on still.
Yeah. So while we're waiting for the consultants, I guess I'll just note, this is HCD's guidance that they published, 3 years ago now. I think it is providing, some examples of what they would consider to be substantial evidence. I guess I would also say, I don't think we are doing just a generalized analysis. We are looking at each of these factors for each site. Our consultants can speak to their experience, and obviously, we've also seen other jurisdictions that use the same type of analysis that we did, that HCD conceded was substantial evidence.
I want to make sure I heard you right. I think you said you looked at each of those factors for each of the sites. Is that right? So somewhere, it may not, I'm assuming it's voluminous, so it's not in our packet, or it is. I know I missed it and I apologize. There is this evidence for each site.
Yes.
Correct. Yes. I believe it's Appendix D, which is our sites list.
Right.
And it may not be as part of this, but it's certainly available online. But for example, on the sites list, it'll tell you what the existing use is, what the FAR coverage of that particular site is, when the building was built, the year the building was built, and potentially some CoStar information also. And that all that information applies to each specific site. It could be a parking lot or.
What is CoStar?
Yeah, just another, it's a real estate, data. And it was just another factor that we used to help us assess that. And we would get this data, we'd get this information, and we would screen out properties that didn't meet our threshold. Berkeley, I think Tim mentioned earlier, Berkeley used an ILR of 2.0. We used one of 1.5, so a more conservative, a higher bar really to address that. I don't think they did CoStar data, but we did. So this is the database that we use to screen properties for that.
So I think you're suggesting that I think about it as this guide is several years old, and while it talks about specific, an existing use is agreed to move to another location. I mean, they're way down in the weeds with how long the lease is on the property and all that stuff. That now the practice has been to look at each site with this data that you have in the chart, in the inventory, and that has been acceptable to HCD in other instances.
Yeah, I mean, that's, we don't have the authority to require, and property owners don't have, an obligation to submit lease data to us. And, that understandable, that could be some good information to have, but we're not going to get it for every property. And it doesn't include information about whether just because there's a lease doesn't mean it can't be sold and, or a lease bought out in favor of some other development. Instead, what we've relied on, and our consultants have prepared a number of housing elements for other jurisdictions, is data that has already been accepted by HCD. And that's what we've relied on for this analysis.
All right, thank you. I'm way over my time, so I'm going to hold off on the other questions. Thank you, Mayor, for indulging me.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I join my colleagues in thanking everybody who's played a role in bringing us to this point. The PTC, former council, the public, the Housing Element Working Group. It must be very rewarding, Councilmember Lowing, to have been at that first meeting and to be here now with the authority that you now have as a council member. I'd like to use this particular round to talk about affirmatively furthering fair housing. The state gives us an obligation to affirmatively further fair housing and indicates that this topic will be the filter through which our housing element will be read. The concept of affirmatively furthering fair housing mandates that each jurisdiction take meaningful actions to further fair housing, to overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities free from barriers that restrict access to opportunity based on protected characteristics. I see HCD asking us for a regional and local analysis of the relevant issues, not because the state doesn't know the situation, but because they want to be sure that the city of Palo Alto gets it. So toward that end, I would like to see our housing element make a declarative statement about our problematic history with zoning, redlining, and restrictive covenants, and an avowal to undo these vestiges by intentionally creating truly inclusive communities going forward. Instead, even though we're told to include an analysis of integration and segregation, as I read it, it felt like we have largely avoided the topic or handled it in an oblique way. What I mean is, for example, on page C 36 and 37, where we're talking about racially concentrated areas of affluence, we say those RCAAs are primarily located in single-family neighborhoods through the city. And then we say past discriminatory redlining practices where certain races were prohibited in purchasing homes could account for these RCAAs. Certain races? Why are we not saying the language that was used specifically to describe some of us. Why can't we handle that kind of language? I think we can. I think in this era, we can now speak to these things. And these redlining practices could account for racially concentrated areas of evidence. Come on, could account. We know there's correlation, if not outright causation. It feels that this is a missed opportunity to tell a clearer truth about our city's history and our intentions in this era to be the people who will do better. I'm certain that if we can't name it, we can't tame it. Instead of owning this in our conversation on affirmatively furthering fair housing, we mentioned that we're holding a fair on affordable housing wait lists, and yet constituents are telling us those wait lists can be years long. So it's not like I'm, going to go to a fair and get a place to live next week. Or we talk about making referrals to Project Sentinel if a resident needs to mediate with their landlord. These things are good, but they're not sufficient. Until we can name that our historic practices and current neighborhoods are built upon the exclusionary decisions of the past, we're not going to get where we want to go. Not only must we not intentionally create segregation, we must actively walk in the other direction and try to reverse the income and racial segregation we still live with, thanks to decisions made by leaders long past. Furthermore, our housing element says the site inventory does not exacerbate or create concentrated areas of poverty, affluence, or racial isolation or segregation, which I think may be wishful thinking. Reason being, our latest comp plan speaks of, quote, safeguarding RM1 neighborhoods. And I need to ask us to ask ourselves what we mean by that. Safeguard whom from whom and why? What are we afraid of? In the proposed housing element site plan, there are huge swaths of the city untouched. Hardly anywhere in the housing element do we mention what's possible within R1, except for a few faith-based parcel parking lots. And Project 6.3 is exciting. But why are we not including in our housing element a narrative of how we will use it to address one of our biggest and unnamed constraints, which is community opposition to more housing? I would love to see us tell HCD what we're going to do to educate single-family homeowners about SB 9, particularly those within a half mile of a train or other high-quality transit, and encourage them to make use of it by turning their single-family home into as many as 4 units on one parcel. How damaging is it for a few single-family homes on each street to become duplexes or quadplexes to help us make the dream of a Palo Alto education available to people who have less money? We need programs and policies that invite historically underrepresented and marginalized groups into these neighborhoods and give them a chance at being a part of that accretion of wealth that has been systemically denied to them, which I believe Councilmember Burt alluded to when the housing element was last before council in the late fall. Thank you.
I don't see any other lights. I have some questions here. On the San Antonio area, I know there's looking at it for housing sites over there, but obviously I think that there might be a need for the street modifications for the ingress and egress of the 101 ramp. Is that included into this for future discussions as a program to ensure that we don't have a bottleneck over there, a congestion?
That is not included as part of the housing element. It's part of what the city council has directed staff to prepare a schedule for coordinated area plans. And so that would be included in the San Antonio coordinated area plan.
Okay, great. Thank you. The park fees has been a discussion, and I wanted to kind of have you let us know, what does the park fees pay for in our budgets?
Okay, so acquisition and improvement of the city's parks.
Does it pay for any of the recreation fees?
I don't believe it
tennis courts or pickleball
to the extent
courts?
that the tennis courts are part of the park improvements, that may be covered, but not the programming.
Not programming, but maintenance, and if we needed to acquire, not even maintenance?
Okay.
Not maintenance. So just acquiring and maintaining parks?
Not maintenance, apparently.
Improving.
acquiring and improving parks and recreational spaces.
So fire mitigation and all that is included into that as well. Does it also maintain the open space?
Those fees are not used for maintenance purposes.
Just for acquiring and improvement? Okay.
And improvements, yes.
Does the bathrooms, are those part of the fees that are for the parks?
I believe those could be. You're asking some very specific questions, and I'm trying to
Right,
answer
I mean, I don't want to
factually.
make small of our park fees, it is something that helps mitigate and also helps maintain what is treasured by this community. So I just don't want to make light of it. It's not, I think, land value is high, but I think also construction or improvements, the cost is high also. So I just don't want to make light of it, which is why the question. And I guess we're going through budget studies right now. So I guess you don't have an answer too much on it, except acquiring and
Mr. Yang, do you
improvements.
have specifics on what our park fees can cover that might add a little detail to what the city manager offered?
Yeah, I think it's broadly, it's improvements that expand the capacity of our parks to serve our residents. So whether that's new parkland or new facilities, or perhaps it's renovating existing facilities so that they could serve more residents. That's the requirement for use of our park fees.
Thank you. I'm just kind of thinking about what the response, which I appreciate. But even then, I don't believe we're accounting the added population to the national standards of how many residents per acre. So I think we're still at a deficit there in terms of how many residents per to the ratio for parklands. I mean, so that's a deficit there. And then when the planning and transportation was having their discussion, it was mentioned that there are grant applications to subsidize building housing. And I might have gotten the entire thing wrong, but correct me. But in order to have a successful grant application to get tax credit money in order to build affordable housing, we would need to have, to make it competitive, it would need a subsidy from us. So is that always the case, that we're always going to have to, the city would have to pony up money in order to be successful at getting credits for building affordable housing?
Yes, I would say typically so. Every tax credit application I've worked with jurisdictions, this jurisdiction has always contributed some financial assistance to make.
That's for the true affordable housing, those that are the below 80% AMIs and so forth.
Again, it's about making it more competitive. So the more local funds that we can throw into a project, they're going to, that's a plus to an application. It's not the only decision point that goes into it. There are some, there may be some projects. We know of some projects now that are interested in have pending applications, but no earmarked money from Palo Alto at this moment.
But no earmark money from Palo Alto.
That's right.
Which projects are those?
The Charities Housing is one of them, 3001 El Camino. We don't have any funds identified for that project.
And that's a private developer, right?
It's Charities Housing. It's a nonprofit from Sobrado
right.
organization. Yeah.
Okay. But if a city is involved in making sure that we do have that affordable housing or transitional housing, we're always going to have to provide funding as well into a project. So it means that we're always going to be stretching out our dollars in order to make sure that we have a project that we want. If we wanted to do more for affordable housing.
I think it depends on the circumstances. I think having us contribute money is, again, it improves our competitiveness for an application. In some instances, we may have land. Land alone may not be enough. So all those factors are considered in an application.
Okay. And can you kind of go through the entitlement and pulling permits process? I read, in the report that, some of them can turn around really quickly after they get entitlement, getting the permit, and then some takes a long time. So why is it that we can't, if we're going to go forward and implement as well, why is it that we can't give entitlement and have them pull permits at the same time so that we can ensure that it does get built?
Well, I think a lot of that is on the applicant to make decisions about when they've secured funding for a construction project. Building is, expensive and a lot of factors go into that. I couldn't say, there may be a number of reasons why a developer may hold off on moving forward. The economy, I wouldn't want to, we want to speculate at this hour.
Well, I'm not asking, yeah, you don't have to speculate, but it seems quite unreasonable when we're kind of put in a position that we have to produce all these kind of built units as a city or get penalized for it when it's up to the developer to pull the permits in order to start the building, even though we've given the entitlement. So if that's the case, then the counting should be starting when the permits are pulled, not when we've entitled them. And perhaps to make it even more restrictive is that when they have entitlement, that they also pull permits at the same time with conditions ensuring that their submittance of whatever they want to do, design and so forth, is going to go through ARB.
Yeah, I think that in the planning stage, we're not dealing with construction documents, structural engineering documents, soils reports, things like that, because things can change in the design through the review process. And so developers often don't want to spend that kind of money. That example that I provided earlier today with 525 Charleston, they wanted to get the entitlement dialed in before they spent money on CDs, construction drawings. I think what the state is interested in is what developers will always say is that the longer the process is, the more harmful it is to obtaining a permit. The less predictable the process is, the more challenging it is, the greater risks there are in building. So what the state is interested in, which is why they've passed these requirements based on objective standards, is to streamline the city's process to minimize the amount of risk and shorten the period of time to get from point A to point B. And I think we're doing a lot of that with our housing element programs here. The next phase of getting the building permit, there's some other obligations that we have there too. But as far as the timing of that, I hear what you're saying on that. I don't have much more to offer on that.
So thank you for that. And there lies the flaw in what HCD wants us to do. But okay, we'll go to the second round. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I also just want to voice my thanks for everyone that participated, the public, PTC, staff. I know this is a big, heavy lift. It's really important. So thank you guys for all your work here. Wanted to ask staff about, because I've talked about this, well, let me address something that's maybe something I've heard several people voice tonight, which is kind of distributing the housing throughout the city. With the current housing element as it is, what could we do as council to change the housing element that would help address this concern that's been brought up by several of my colleagues here.
To clarify, talk about redistributing our housing inventory more throughout the city?
Yeah, I
What
think
type of
I've
effort
heard
that
some of
would
my colleagues
require?
mention that, and as well as some members of the public. And so how could we do something like that?
So we can certainly do whatever the council directs us to do with respect to this housing element. It's been mentioned many times here this evening about the work of the Housing Element Working Group. We've gone to the Planning and Transportation Commission. We've been to the City Council several times to reaffirm the sort of guiding principles and methodology used to identify the site's inventories. If there is an interest to adjust those, to move some of those units elsewhere, we can certainly do that. That will take that's a sort of a pivot on where we are now, and we can do that. But we're going to be looking at a half a year or better to make those changes.
Okay, and I understand there's a timeline here too, right?
A timeline. Well, we're for certification.
Yeah.
Well, we passed that certification timeline.
Yeah. And just out of curiosity, if we were 6 months late, what happens?
If we're 6 months late?
Well, 6 months further, let's put it that way. Let's say it's another 6 months.
Well, there's, and I may need Brenna from Rincon Consulting to help me out with this as far as all of the penalties that may be at play, but maybe I'll just, I'm sure Brenna's tired too, but I know I'm tired. Brenna, do you want to offer some? Okay, thank you, Albert.
Yeah. So we have increased exposure to litigation for not having adopted a compliant housing element. A court could take away some local control over permitting processes. We'd have increased exposure to projects under the builder's remedy during that time. And then if we get to the point, it's January 31st, 2024, and we don't have a certified housing element, we'll need to adopt all of the zoning that's necessary to meet our RENA in order to get that housing element certified. We won't be able to do it without also doing the zoning at the same time.
Okay, so I mean, we really need to kind of approve this pronto. Because the kind of like the two things I've been thinking about, one is that distributing the housing throughout the city, but it sounds like that's really hard to do. So is there, it looks like we can't do this in housing element, but I guess we could probably do it as part of our policy, or maybe something for our staff to look at down the road, or what can we do at this point tonight, where we are right now, other than just approve this?
I guess I'm not understanding. With respect to redistribution, what can you do tonight?
Yeah, exactly.
So again, this is your document. You can do anything that you want to do with it as long as we can, at the end of the day, find that it's.
What if we just add like a paragraph saying, hey, the intent is to actually try to distribute the housing that's being built throughout the city, something like that? Is that?
So we have our suitable sites inventory that has been, that shows where we've done our analysis and where we would expect housing to be built. So if that's not consistent with the council's interest, then we would need to update the suitable sites inventory.
Okay. Yeah, because, I know everyone kind of really scrubbed this trying to come up with the numbers. But, that's one thing that kind of hit me. But the second thing, and I think there's probably less agreement on this, is, like I said many times, I think the real way we get affordable housing is smaller units. Is through flexible zoning, is through incentives, is reduced parking requirements. I think that's how we get affordable housing. I think, you look at the state, they're like really sucking wind this fiscal year. Even us, our revenue is going down. So it's not like there's gonna be a lot of, dollars to pay for affordable housing, but we can get affordable housing through smaller units. It's inherently more affordable, less land, less construction cost. Because I kind of see what it is right now in terms of the housing element, but those are the two kind of key things that kind of give me pause. But I'm just trying to get from staff, is there anything we can do in either one of these areas that might help with those issues, those two issues? Because what I'd like to do, okay, I'll tell you what I'd like to do. I'd like to, because it's already 11 o'clock, I'd like to move the staff recommendation plus maybe 2 amendments like in this direction. That's not going to cause this thing to be like totally like even more late than it is.
Unfortunately, Councilmember, I don't think our staff is able to give you what you're looking for in terms of ideas at this point.
Okay. Well, I hear a click, so I'll let my colleagues try to figure it out here.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I just did want to briefly comment on the affordable housing, the park impact fees, because it was back, I don't know, about 8 years ago that the council really pushed back on what was the utilization of those fees by staff exclusively toward park improvements. And statements were made to the council that because land was so expensive in the city that it really wasn't feasible to use those fees for park acquisition. And the council appreciated that it was very difficult, but that was not really the intention of the fees. It was for both purposes, but we certainly wanted to be focusing on land acquisition wherever possible. And that was around the time in which we actually came upon the opportunity to acquire the AT&T parcel to expand Boulware Park, which Ventura neighborhood badly needed a larger park there and is still deficient. So I think we need to continue to be innovative in how we look at adding land for parkland. And it's not going to be as simple as just finding an empty 2 acres sitting there. And then I did want to concur that with Councilmember Lithcott-Ames on that I think should be clear where there were past real estate covenants that were restrictive. There's no reason that we shouldn't be clear as to what those restrictions were. And I think that's important. I do want to clarify, though, that those were private restrictions. And when the reference is made to decisions by our leaders, that's not really my understanding of the history. That we had in the 20s and beyond, we had the Chamber of Commerce and the local press and the realtors advocated for the city government itself to enact segregation in housing. And the city leadership did not go forward with that. And we had progressive groups in this community that pushed back against the business community at that time and the press who were advocating otherwise. And then in our history, we talk about the impact of Joseph Eichler, and I think we appreciate how groundbreaking that was, not merely for our community, but for our region and the state, that it was a dismantling of these practices in the 1950s and beyond. And I grew up in Sunnyvale, and the Eichler community there had been groundbreaking in those practices, dismantling those practices, and other tract home developers followed in suit. And then I recall, because as a 12-year-old, I walked precincts in opposition to Prop 14, which unfortunately for 4 years or 3 years put in the state constitution discriminatory housing practices and allowed them with the support of then Governor Reagan and otherwise, and it overturned the Rumsfeld Act, which was really an important legislative act in the state. And the state voted in favor of Prop 14 in its discrimination. Our county did. And I'm almost certain this city was a complete outlier in opposing Prop 14. So we have a legacy of those past practices that existed in this community and throughout this region and state and nation. But I don't believe that the history shows that this community had a consistent practice of greater discrimination than was existing widespread in our society throughout that period. So I think we want to put it in the context of acknowledging our history and embracing the actions that we can take to try to redress those areas while accurately reflecting what occurred and how.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to offer some of my learnings from the Housing Element Working Group. A number of these things that are being brought up here in the last 30 minutes, for example, like how to design the corridor around San Antonio for families or whatever. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, but that's the kind of thing that HCD doesn't really care about. That's really a design situation. They care about the units that we put in. They care about us hitting all of our relative segments of the quotas, but how we design the buildings and where we put somebody, like families, a half mile away or something, is completely up to us. And so we don't have to address that now relative to the housing element. That's kind of frankly out of bounds. We used to get that all the time from the consultants, and it was a hard learning curve because we were thinking of projects and what's going to be there. And even we said, well, we want this to be 100% affordable housing. And she would interrupt and said, HCD doesn't care. They want you to make the affordable housing numbers. It doesn't have to be in this building or whatever. So we look at the whole corridor, San Antonio corridor. It's an example for a lot of things. It's an example of the number of changes that probably need to be made before we can do what we say we're going to do. It needs parks. It needs a transportation corridor study. It needs bike lanes. It needs retail. It needs access to schools, as the public speaker says. It needs all that stuff, and it doesn't have it now. And if we don't put that stuff in there, we're not going to build there, which means that we either have to do it or we're not going to build there. And if we don't, 4 years from now, the HCD doesn't even care about that because we have to backfill somewhere else with some of these other sites that are in our kind of cushion area. So it goes from what HCD doesn't care about, which is my first point. And the second point is we have a lot of flexibility to do what we want here. This is not a fixed inventory of sites that can't move. We want it to move. For example, was mentioned again tonight, I think by Councilmember Burt, that we should take another hard look at the downtown corridor near the railroad station and so on. I think that was a missed opportunity. We got 8 years to figure that out. Well, maybe 4, and then we can build it. So I don't think that we have to feel compelled to load all this stuff into the language of the housing element, because for the most part, HCD doesn't care about that. They have to be convinced that, a sizable number of our properties that we've chosen are going to be built there, plus our cushion. So, I mean, you take a number, I don't know, maybe the consultant knows this, but in the next 8 years, are we going to have 100 changes, 200 changes? I'll bet we do. And that's okay. And I think we're thinking about this more like a blueprint that we have to get done for the HCD. And that's really not what the document is. I mean, they're the audience, and we have to figure out, what they're looking for and give them that data. So I just want to make one other comment, which is I think staff did a good job this time of answering HCD and giving some very specific data to show them that we mean what we say and we're going to do this building. On site, I thinking about 526 is one section where you itemize in the plan. We're going to put up 2,629 units converted from office to housing. And there's more. And that's exactly what we need to do because it shows that, we're not just guessing at this. We're actually doing analysis with the zoning and so on. And there's still a lot of steps that have to be taken after that. So, and we can make those changes going forward. But I think as Commissioner Heckman said earlier tonight, I think, we're in jeopardy now. And we need to get a housing element passed, at least try to get passed. And the thing to do, I believe, tonight is to go ahead and approve this and let staff go forward. And so we still have plenty of time to make changes. So if we're ready for motions, I'd be glad to endorse the motion as requested. Yes? Okay. So I move that. But I don't have the document in front of me. Yeah, it's basically correct. That the staff and the PTC recommendation, here we go.
Second.
227. Under City Council to approve the addendum to the comprehensive plan and adopt a resolution making the findings required under CEQA and housing element law and adopted 2023 to 31 housing element as revised. Basically the verbiage, Madam Clerk, on page 227 of the staff report. Yeah, that looks good to me. It's okay to staff. Vice Mayor Stone, second.
Councilmember Lowing moved and seconded by Vice Mayor Stone. And would it be to adopt? Does that look good? Does it looks good.
Yes, and if Mr. Yang's still on, if he has any objection to in the course of your conversation, you've made comments about the environmental analysis. So we believe that you've considered the addendum. And the staff report makes reference to some other changes that we would make administratively and the adoption of attachment B. Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay. Can we speak to the motion now? Would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I think I have done so sufficiently.
Vice Mayor Stone?
That is not a perfect document, but this is not a perfect process and far from it. And I thought what Chair Suma said as far as this is the law and we are required to uphold the law. And I'm concerned. I'm concerned about liability and other issues that the city has been open to, given that we haven't had a compliant or an approved housing element. So glad we finally made it here tonight. And so I'm supporting the motion. I do have one more question and a few thoughts. I can share that, I guess. Okay, can do that now. So just one more question then of staff. Do we know what percentage of our identified housing sites are current multifamily housing sites? Okay. Yeah, I'm quick look. Not a problem. Well, why I'm curious. And one of the public commenters mentioned providing further incentives for existing multifamily units to redevelop, but that really ignores the reality that we're not just talking about numbers on a spreadsheet trying to reach that magical number of 6,086 units as identified by Rena. We're talking about people's homes. My wife and I are some of those people who live in an old apartment complex. And last year when a new property owner purchased the property, they began to evict residents who lived there for decades, who called Palo Alto their home, and like me, benefited from really the only natural affordable housing that we have, which is older units. And that property owner evicted them, remodeled their apartments, and rented them for significantly more money. And so if existing multifamily property owners are incentivized to further redevelop, I fear we're going to see mass evictions, displacement of renters who have called Palo Alto home for decades. So, when we're talking about creating housing opportunities, really got to be able to find that balance that we're trying to retain existing residents, prevent displacement, and also pursuing sites that are that we're going to be able to increase our housing supply. And my recollection of these housing sites, there's a strong focus on commercial and undeveloped lots. Well, there's not many undeveloped lots in Palo Alto left, but a lot of commercial sites as well, trying to identify those. Mr. Wong, do we have that data yet? If not, I can go on to my next point.
It's on packet page 256 of the addendum to the 2030 comprehensive plan, attachment B.
And what's the number?
Number is 1,958. Multifamily residences with 2 to 4 units, 9,489 multifamily residences with 5 or more units. That's according to the housing stock of Palo Alto in 2022.
Yeah, I think the question was about the housing sites. How many are dedicated? So just, we can nail this down for you, but we're somewhere between 66 and 88 sites of the total inventory sites are multifamily zone. Is that right?
Yes, strictly multifamily of approximately 300 total sites. Yeah. So
okay, great, thanks. So that's my kind of concern to that one comment. And then my final thought here. I think we also need to keep in mind that local data has not been supporting this argument that more housing is driving down prices. So one of our public commenters tonight compared Palo Alto to Mountain View and Redwood City and made the point that Mountain View and Redwood City have done far better job than Palo Alto in outpacing us over the last decade in housing production. And that is absolutely true. I think anyone can travel to downtown Redwood City or Mountain View and see that they have built a lot of housing, and I applaud them for those efforts. But if the goal is to make housing more affordable, those policies have failed to effectuate that goal. Looking at Zillow and comparing Palo Alto, Mountain View, Redwood City housing prices and seeing and tracking their housing increases from 2014 to today, Palo Alto's average home value increased by 45%. Compare that to Mountain View, which increased by 66%, and Redwood City, which increased 77%. So adding more housing is something that we can and should do, but I do think we need to be honest about the impact it will have on housing affordability. I think increasing the supply is a tool, but it's not the only thing, and is not being very effective in actually creating true affordable housing, which I think is our end goal here. So I'm glad to see that this document identifies a lot of our own, the tool chest that the city has and is trying to expand to be able to increase those affordable housing opportunities. I'm interested in continuing to do all we can in order to pursue greater policies to really be able to promote those deed restricted BMR housing units. And I think one of the things that makes me comfortable with adopting this document tonight, I see it really as a living document, one that we're going to be able to work with, modify, and really be able to work with to suit the needs of the ever evolving needs of the city moving over the course of the next 8 years. So again, thank you to staff for everything that you've done, and glad we're almost at the finish line.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a couple points to speak to in this round. My colleagues are absolutely right that the housing element is not fixed and that this is a projection of where things could happen. And it's on us now over the coming years to encourage and improve the kinds of projects that will fulfill our collective vision for welcoming new neighbors into our amazing city. I appreciate Council Member Burt's point about what this city did and did not do regarding racially exclusionary practices in the past. I never said we were worse than any other city. And yes, we were existing in the context context of a larger set of norms that were problematic. And in some ways, people here were brave and better. But we still have work to do to acknowledge and make amends for what did happen here. And I look forward to that happening over the coming months and years. I want to raise 4 points about the housing element. We seem confident that HIP and expedited review are the answer, but we have seen that these opportunities have hardly ever been used to date. I appreciate Director Late saying we need to make some changes. I look forward to seeing how you do that, because it's problematic that if someone requests streamline review using objective standards yet has to comply with problematic based zoning. So we've just got to figure that out. In the constraints I mentioned in the prior round, we've got to do a better job of taking up the task of helping our constituents understand the need for more housing across Palo Alto. That's on all of us to take that up and make the case so that we don't find ourselves doing the hard work of entitlement and permitting and all of the various reviews, and a project is ready to be built because it's been approved, and we find ourselves battling a set of residents who've decided they disagree. I'm concerned about our planned emergency shelter in ROLM Rolm E over on Embarcadero and East Bayshore. That is the middle of nowhere. To put an emergency shelter in a place that is a 0.8 mile walk on a pedestrian bridge to a grocery store, bank, and other amenities, it just feels not well thought through. And the market that they can walk to is the market at Edgewood, which sells milk for $8 for one of those big jugs, whereas it's $5 or $6 at Midtown Safeway. It's an expensive grocery store, not a great option for extremely low income individuals. And 2, San Antonio Road. To Commissioner Suma's concerns about second class status, I too am worried that the GM and ROLM sites and San Antonio Road are kinds of concrete jungles. If we're going to put humans there and call it Palo Alto, they need trees and parks and safe routes to school, schools, grocery, retail, amenities. That's what Palo Alto promises its residents, and these new neighborhoods must be no exception. I am inclined to support Councilmember Burt's notion of revising our zoning standards on San Antonio to promote healthy, joyful living for the new neighbors who will live there. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Finker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. And as has happened before, after I speak after Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, I find myself associating with a lot of her comments. So I will, but let me just say preliminarily, and then I'm going to go through some specifics. As I said several hours ago when we got started, I really am truly grateful to everyone who made this happen, as my colleagues have said. And there's an awful lot of work that's represented here. Planning for housing that well serves our rich diversity of residents, old and new, is one of the most consequential things that we do as a city. And what that looks like is one of the most ardently debated issues in our town. So this housing element is a statement of how we will meet the moment and how we will address the housing crisis to take care of those in our midst while preserving a high quality of life for all of our residents. And so with that, I'd like to associate with myself with the comments of Councilmember Lithcott-Hames as amplified by Councilmember Burt with respect to the redlining and the AFFH. And in fact, I wanted to invite Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, if there was wording that you would want to suggest in the form of an amendment to the language at the bottom of page C36, I would be happy to second that. So that's just an offer there. And I also wanted to commend the staff on the expedited review process and streamlining. That's program 3.7. Because it does look like it's going to be a big step beyond what's currently in place that we aren't seeing as many results from as we had hoped. It talks about this study and really reducing and streamlining and simplifying the application process. And I look forward to seeing that. And I was going to ask that we make it more predictable too, but Director Late had already mentioned that. So thank you. I look forward to seeing the results of that. I think it's really critical, as you alluded to. I have a question, and pardon my not knowing this, but I've been looking around. I know I've looked through the site inventory very specifically. I can't find it in tonight's materials. It's okay. I don't need to see it. I just have a question about it. And it has to do with the affordability thing. So my comments were, I'm happy to see the housing spread throughout town. I'm not looking though tonight to move things around, change things on that list. What I'm wondering is, on that list, does it identify like, which ones are affordable, which ones are not, that kind of thing? Because I would think some of that could be determined as we go, right? So my comment earlier about wanting to not put all the affordable housing just in one neighborhood was something I was hoping we could do without necessarily changing that list. It may change. Is that right or not?
In regards to, we are slightly limited to where we can locate our low income sites. As mentioned, it has to be larger than half an acre and at a certain default density, 30 dwelling units per acre. So though there are some limitations to moving things around, but we can try. We can certainly try.
So maybe, as we go through other revisions, and this is the living document in the process, that's something that I would like to see us try to do. But I'm not going to, ask for that to, to start talking about sites tonight.
And just to clarify, yeah, the GMROLM, while there are a number, percentage of our low income or very low income units there, it is still a mixed income area. It's not completely affordable. So there are sites for moderate income and above moderate income housing. So it is a mixed income area.
Thank you. And this is, and I apologize, I don't know this either. Are there sites that are, are there specific provisions when we're looking at different groups for seniors? Or is that just something that'll come as we go?
Again, we're putting preferences for special needs, but not specifically dedicated to a special needs group such as seniors.
Okay, 'cause that's something else I hope we can address as we go. Lastly, I would like to associate myself with the comments of Councilmember Lithcott-Hames on the emergency shelter, because that was on my list as well. So anyway, I think that is it. So I hope that we can, I think we're getting close to a housing element that, we're all proud of. I mean, we are proud of it. It's imperfect, but it's an impossible task. So, but we have to get these built. We're finding ways. We need to just keep working on it. We need to keep making it better. Because we have to find realistic ways to add housing that will enhance our city and meet our residents' needs, including those most in need. So thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Vinker, thank you for the suggestion that you would join me if I amended the language of the section on RCAAs that has this sort of oblique language about who was impacted by redlining practices. So I'm just quickly trying to come up with something here, and I would like to offer it as a friendly amendment if the maker is interested. I think if we could all turn to C36, this is in the housing element, Appendix C, page 36, under local trends in the red line. We see there's a paragraph that has not been touched, and then there's a new paragraph added. And I would recommend amending the second sentence. So the second sentence currently says, well, the first sentence, which is the intro, these RCAAs are primarily located in single-family neighborhoods throughout the city, period. I propose amending the next sentence, which currently reads, past discriminatory redlining practices where certain races were prohibited in purchasing homes could account for these RCAAs. I propose instead, you with me, Clerk? past discriminatory redlining practices prohibiting non-white people from purchasing homes in certain neighborhoods likely accounts for these RCAAs. I've chosen to say non-white rather than to articulate the races. I've only seen covenants restricting, personally, I've only seen covenants restricting and redlining practices restricting Asian and Black people. But it is likely that depending on which bank and which lender, which mortgage offerer, that Native Americans and Latino people were also restricted. Rather than trying to noodle over that, I think if we say non-white, we are encompassing all who were excluded in these times. So let me see the language. Let's see. Shall I say it
Could you
again?
repeat that one more time?
Yep. Okay, here you go. So this, let's just say we would replace the second sentence. Yeah. So I'm going to give you the entire sentence. Past is a capital P, past discriminatory redlining practices prohibiting non-white people from purchasing homes in certain neighborhoods likely accounts for these RCAAs. Purchasing homes in certain neighborhoods likely accounts for these RCAAs.
Second.
Okay. For these, the word these. And redlining is one word. Past, there you go. Past. So, Councilmember Vinker, does that feel like it does the trick?
I'm honored to second.
Wait, it was, I'm suggesting a friendly amendment, so the maker.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, sorry.
Yeah, so I have to decide on that. So I just want to make sure that that language is okay with staff. I mean, it's certainly, as you noted, Councilmember, it's not inclusive of every class against which this happened. I might mention Jews who were kept out of homes and country clubs and everything else, but I don't want to disturb the tone here. And I think non-white covers the ground.
And in that era, Jews weren't necessarily considered white by white folks. So we have that.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. So when I say non-white, I'm trying to include everybody who was.
Oh, well, some do and some don't, but I'm fine with the wording that you have rather
Okay.
than try to complicate it with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilmember Burt?
So I support the general thrust of this. I want to make sure that we are not stating beyond what we know to be the case. And I embrace the concept that that those discriminatory redlining practices contributed to the imbalances that we had for many decades. Our conditions in recent decades have been overwhelmingly economically based. So trying to discern how much of this is a legacy from 80 or more years ago versus what is being driven by economic barriers for in recent days, I don't think we have that knowledge. And so I'd encourage something that rather likely accounts for these language that would say we're likely contributing factors for these RCAAs, because I don't think we know beyond that. But I am comfortable with that statement if that's acceptable to the maker.
Can you please repeat it for the clerk?
It would be in certain neighborhoods are likely contributing factors for these RCAAs.
I'll accept that. We do know, as a student of American history, I know, and as a law student, I've studied these things. and the impact of people of color not being allowed to purchase homes, particularly following the World War II boom in housing production, suburb creation, not being able to get loans, not being able to buy in certain neighborhoods, is regarded as probably the single greatest factor contributing to the wealth gap we see in assets owned today by non-white people, particularly Black and Black and brown people vis-a-vis white folks.
Well,
So
and we've left out the very significant factor of the FAA
absolutely.
discrimination.
Yeah, so I was building, the staff had written redlining practices. There are other things that went into it. So maybe we say past discriminatory redlining.
And lending.
Redlining and lending practices. I'm fine with the statement as is.
Okay.
Question.
Are you in, Vice Mayor?
Question, does this, will this cause the delay? No, thank you. Okay, so I don't see any more lights. This is a friendly amendment, so it's added. And I don't see any more comments, but I'd like to say something. So firstly, I forgot to also to thank the previous Housing Ad Hoc committee that was comprised of Council Member, now Vice Mayor Stone, and former Council Members Du Bois and Philseth. So I want to thank them as well. But what I'm about to say now, moving forward, I want to still thank you very much, and I really appreciate all the work that you all did. And this is not on you at all. It's on the circumstances of what was brought forward by the state and HCD in addition to ABAG. So I will say that I also associate myself to the comments of Chair Suma, as well as Vice Chair Chang, and also Vice Mayor Stone. But I will say that there is little evidence that these housing elements, especially this sixth cycle housing element born of the regional housing needs assessment, actually addresses the high cost of living, the housing affordability crisis. Furthermore, the state bills that rewrote the number of housing units that needed to be built are flawed beyond logic, with numerous double counting in the methodology. Midway through the sixth cycle in 4 years, even if the developers have received entitlement, as long as they have not pulled permits for at least half of Palo Alto's RHNA targets, that would be approximately 3,050 units, then approvals become ministerial, and the public, while they can comment, however, there'll be nothing that the elected officials can do. So will this approximately 3,050 units be built? We don't know, especially in this first 4 years with the interest rates and construction costs and cost of living being so high. Ultimately, developers want to pencil out, and so deeded restricted below market rates are still going to be an issue. The approximate cost to build a unit, be it market rate or below market rate, is going to be the same. Always, it's between 750K, which is 750,000, to $1 million, depending on land values in the region that it's been built in. Over 100 years ago, California voters approved a constitutional provision authorizing charter cities to make their own laws for municipal affairs and restricting the power of the state legislature to override these laws. Voters enacted this provision, now known as the Home Rule provision, on the understanding that charter cities knew their own local needs better than the state. And it's obvious based on what has been pushed upon cities and counties with all of this unfunded mandates. As presently written in Article 10, Section 5 of the California Constitution, the Home Rule doctrine allows charter cities to make and enforce all ordinances and regulations in respect to municipal affairs and make these laws supreme over all laws inconsistent therewith. This doctrine grants charter cities broad authority to enact laws governing local matters, including the law to tax for local purposes. So right now, we're just sitting back and reacting to these unfunded state mandates. And, you know, in looking forward, in looking backwards, I was reminded that I did not certify the 2030 comp plan EIR. And I really do appreciate all the work that you all did. I find that I will not be certifying the addendum to the EIR, and I will not be adopting this housing element. You know, also lastly, in defense of the potential litigation, I would highly suggest a peer review of the potential defense strategies and would suggest hiring Alshire and Winder LLP to help with the peer review. And with that, I don't see any more lights, so please take the vote.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
No.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
motion carries 6-1.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you.